Sorry I'm a bit late. It's just been that kind of morning. But we've already wasted enough time. Let's just go. Say hello to Scrubbo. Oh, right, and some tunes. I'm just gonna throw on the Age of Empires to start and put it on my 12-hour playlist, but I'm thinking at most we're probably gonna do about 10 hours today. Yeah, and the reason for that is because I actually have my beautiful puppy companion right now, Stella. I'm taking care of her for the summer, so obviously I need to take some breaks now and then to run Stella out. Hello, Carl. No, this is just the regular Aura Kingdom, as you can tell from the fact that the Warbow class isn't going to exist in Impact. And also, hello, Aichi. I saw you were here early. Sorry for being so late to start. Aura Kingdom Impact is going to be coming out in July, like early July, 1st or 2nd. Huh. Still has Frost Arrow, but Precise Shot. I didn't think Frost Arrow was still a skill that we had. Huh. This is a new character on the Scrub account, so I do have a little bit of archive now. Once we get a little bit further into the game, you'll be able to see. I've actually prepared some costume items as well. But yeah, this account is no longer the exact fresh character experience. This is still going to have a little bit of benefit of an archive now, but not too much. Not my main account, at least. We don't really need cutscenes. I don't know that I have any mounts that are any good to use on this character. I mean, Almighty is not good in the long term, but it works. Oh, hello, Jedi. Yeah, I just saw that you, sorry that was you. I forgot to say hello in the first place. I don't know that I can make it in one day because I have to take care of Stella, my beautiful pup. And actually, I've got this thing I'm just going to show you guys right now. When I have to run Stella outside, I'm going to throw this up on screen. That way you can know what I'm doing and know that it's worth actually taking a little bit of a break. But anyway, not now. Hello, Natsuki. Yes, of course I'm going to be streaming Impact. I'm trying to get the days off of work. I think I have them confirmed, so ideally I'll be jumping in right off the bat. I hope nobody takes my name. I have some backup names just in case. She's adorable. I love her. So my mom is temporarily living, like, she had to sell her previous home before she could move into her new one just because the timing didn't work out. So right now she's just living with a friend who doesn't, he's not allowed to have animals at their house. So I'm taking care of the pup while mom waits for her new place, and that means that we're not going to be able to sit for just 12 hours straight and get it done. I'm anticipating 2 days. Oh, right. So I've actually been saving this World Peace VIP Guardian sprite here too, just to make sure that experience-wise we're doing good. I don't know if you guys heard that, but I gave her a tasty bone and she was just coughing at it, it seems like. I don't know if anybody else here watched the live streams that some of the pre-release streamers got to do, but they actually changed a bunch of the start section here. Like, oh shoot, I should be looking at what I'm doing, not just doing skills. Right, so like there was a couple more cutscenes, or maybe I've forgotten that they added those in our version or something. And there was also, like you didn't talk to the same people at the start. That's what it looks like, Natsuki. When I looked at the streamers that were trying it out, the Thai streamers that were trying it out, none of them actually started as a star caller, but the star caller body type was the big body type. Like the adult one, I guess you could say. I know they're not really adult, it's more like teenager compared to kid, but yeah, the star caller class was available for adult, and it looks like it's probably just going to actually start on the same map. The animation of the older guy body type just hugging a puppet was actually kind of funny. Move those out of the way. Well, the animation is not really significantly different. Oh, hello, Aiji. Oh, right, I don't have 10-ton drop. No wonder my mount isn't dismounting. We're gonna get it here, right? No, not quite. So normally when I'm playing and I'm on my mount, I'll use the, I'll jump and tap down twice to get off the mount because your 10-ton drop will dismount you, but you don't actually unlock that right off the start. Rubbing. Please don't rub the children. Oh yeah, they've opened up the Navia event that you can get the secret stones for your weapon, whatchamacallums? Wow, that was really descriptive. You can tell I didn't sleep much. My Awakening Holy chest on my main account is now up to, what do you call it? 50 or 40. So I got 10 more to go myself. Oh, I wonder if a Transcendent Recruit is open so I could sneak on into Transcendent while I'm going here. Oh, ho, ho. I didn't open up any of my guild's recruits. Yeah, one of the downsides about playing on this account is that I actually don't have any cute costumes for her that I could got in the, Oh, shoot, I even put the glasses in the shared warehouse. But yeah, I don't really have much in the way of costumes that I can actually use. I could throw that on. Here we go, summer vibes. But I do have a couple green costumes hidden away in my warehouse. So once we get to level 25 and head to Navia, I'll pick that up and finally I'll look a little bit nicer. Ah, that's a shame. That's okay though. Get rid of that. What's this? Zephyr Blessing. Transform into a wind spirit to heal nearby allies. Yeah, so that's one of the things that I was like, what? None of the classes that they have for Impact looks like they're gonna make a good subclass. Like, honestly, I've got zero clue what to pick. Just because none of them feel like the right kind of class to buff up a main class, right? Maybe Stellar Saphir just for the yeah, when it comes to the self-healing, since there's no nocturnal, if they do have the oh, but that's just it. I see there's no grenadier. The only classes that they're gonna have on release are, what was it? The full list was yeah, Stellar Saphir healing is really slow to set up, but I think it might still function as a subclass because, like, at least once a dungeon you can buff yourself. But, like, when I think about the other classes, I don't see any intrinsic capability to support your main class, and that's normally what you want from a subclass. But yeah, there's only going to be 6 classes to start. So the new one, and then you're going to have Wizard, Stellar Saphir, Tachi, gosh, there's 2 more. Jib, and gosh, you can tell that I really haven't slept. Oh, let's read in level 10. Let's see what guilds are open. None that I think would be safe to play in when I'm live streaming. Yeah, the wizard heal is quite slow, but remember that we can't say for certainty exactly how subclasses are gonna work in the new game because, you know, when I was watching the players that they had doing the live streams, now that I think about it, I don't even recall seeing them actually super use the skills much. Honestly, just gonna be a big wait and see, I think. Unless I wake up to a email from X-Legend after I finished this live stream and go to bed. Alright. I'm just gonna quickly skip that. I picked Merrily because I like her. We don't need that. What giant golem? I'm not worried too much about gear because we should get the aura set here. Yeah, and we're gonna want that. We'll use that. Oh yeah, sorry, you're right. You're talking about the stream. Oh hey, Ira! And I'll have you know it's Scrub Bow, okay? Scrub Bow, not mid bonk. Alright, we're gonna save that. We may as well just use that one too. We don't really need the mounts. Can't use that right away. Don't want to open it. And then we have the aura gear. And finally, we have Warbow. Alright, that'll cover us for gear for a while. Hello, Rain. No idea when they're planning on making the Holy Sword get to be the any body type, but in Impact, it looks like they're just starting everybody with everything. So as soon as that class is out there, you'd be able to play it like that. Where do I want to go? I don't even know what to do for the Envoy. We're gonna head for the move speed first because I like moving fast. Jeez, I don't even know where to put it. Oh, hey, Conk. Thanks for stopping by. I completely agree, Rain. And that's actually one of the reasons why I picked the giant ice snake noodle mount for my chib, is because it's so ridiculous to see the teeny little characters with the gigantic stuff. As long as they don't, like, scale down the size of the weapon for the chib, it would be perfect to have them running with the greatsword. Oh, hey, Zombie, this is the old game. The new one is not out yet for the, for normal people, and I'm not one of the streamers that got access to the pre-release of the, Impact. Well, you're not going to see people around the early stages because you're going to level up pretty quickly, but yeah, it's still pretty good. I might be the biggest Aura Kingdom content creator, maybe. But I'm not exactly going to be reaching out to new communities to share the game with other people, so I can see why they wouldn't have reached out to me. I'm too small for that. Even people in the Aura Kingdom Impact Discord were giving me trouble this morning, being like, throwing a bunch of who reacts on me. And I'm like, well, come on, guys. Perfect time to trigger this one. Yeah, so this game was originally on Steam when it was being published by Area, but they ended up taking it down. Then the 4 servers that Area or GameGo ran got transferred back to X Legend for publishing. And X Legend, after a little over a year and a half, I think I would say, they merged the 4 Area servers into one. So it's definitely had a long path to get to where it is right now. I can actually see my Eidolon list here. I've actually never played Grand Blue, so I don't know who Charlotta is, but I might Google it later. Anyway, you can see here, this is my Eidolon list. I do have a pretty good number now. This is the scrub account. But not a ton. 41. Natsuki, the new Aura Kingdom Impact server is going to be global. So I don't know where the servers will be based, but there's only going to be one server. Sorry, I don't know where the server will be based, but it's only going to be one place for everyone to play together, is my understanding. Tiny jib with big sword and a crown? Now that I think about it, there's only like tiny crown cosmetics in this game, huh? Yeah, where's the crowns? No, they were older. Where are the crowns? Oh, I saw them the second it closed. I mean, every MMO's got its own style, so if you say it's just like other MMOs, I mean, I suppose, in that it's an online game. I figured I wanted to play on this account so that I could get a feel for what the class is like, but these low-level area mobs are too weak anyway. We'll have to wait until we actually start getting into dungeons to see what it's like to actually play. Grind never ends. That's honestly kind of what an MMO is, huh? What I like the most is the feeling of the combat. I just find it really relaxing and enjoyable. It's also really, I suppose I should say, kind in that, like, you don't have any way of destroying your equipment like some of the other X Legend MMOs had. That's really old stuff now, right? Like, most modern MMOs don't let you destroy your gear by overusing it. That's true too, Jedi. When you start getting into the point where you're one-shotting things after you've learned how to fight everything and you finally you've got your gear sorted out, it's actually quite enjoyable to just suddenly be able to curb stomp everything. Yeah, I think the limitations on the classes are definitely going to be the sorest point for the old players. Ragnarok still does weapon destruction after 5 re-releases? Guess they really just love it. I need to do something with these points. Oh, you'll get there, Rain, if you stick with it. I was really, really shocked when I was playing on my Stellar Zephyr the other week, and I was actually able to start soloing dungeons even with just the gear that I had gotten over the course of the putting stuff together for the for this account without like spending any gold, without spending any like ridiculous amount of stuff. Like I don't play this account a ton, and I was really surprised that the Stellar Sphere was able to do it. Oh, Zombie Zed, that's a scary question. I don't want to know how many hours I've played. I think if you were to just look at the other live streams that I've done, it would be sad enough of a number. He's gonna get off the mount. Oh, no, my inventory's full, that's the problem. Succubus! That's the one that's got the, Sorry, I normally do the other side of the Gaia, but that's the one that has, like, the boxes. And, yes, Conk, this is my weaker account. Get rid of those, don't need that. Don't really need that. Oh, it won't let me sell. I don't really need that either. I don't think there's anything good in these, so I'll just open them to get them out of here. Yeah, there's no secret extra items. Well, if she outheals your damage, you could try... Oh, no, I can't even show you. There's a mastery that you can choose that reduces the target's healing. That might help. The least fun... Oh, you guys aren't gonna like it if I answer that. I don't like Source. I don't like the Sorcerer. Hello, Annie. And honestly, the main reason I don't like the Sorcerer class is just because I find it to be really floaty. Oh, hello, Bao. And I completely agree. Hey, that is completely not true, Jedi. I will have you know that I am currently in the process of trying to get 3 versions of the same book so that I can compare them. I am big on reading. That actually sounds kind of lame, doesn't it? You know, Gren Rework, I really like the whatchamacallit, that skill that does like the big radius around you, that's name I can't recall off the top of my head. I don't know, no, I don't remember what it's called, but it was one of the ones added in the rework. Oh, 3 weeks in now. What level are you at? Yeah, 3 weeks to 102. That sounds like a good progress rate. They've definitely made, like, obviously you can tell that the kill counts are significantly lower. And I thought when I was watching the streams from the Thai streamers that the kill counts were even lower, but they didn't do a ton of questing, just a really little bit at the start of the game. And only the lady streamer got to the part where you get your first starter Eidolon. Ooh, you were able to beat the Awakening bosses. Congratulations! I know that's one of the biggest pain points for early players, that when they get there, they haven't really learned about how the pen and stuff works, so they're doing 0 damage, and it just feels like an impossible wall. As far as PvP rework, they haven't actually really talked a lot about that. I suppose that was another thing that might be interesting to see inside the, you know, what do you call it? The pre-beta for the live streamers, but part of me feels like maybe they can't actually show stuff. Like, they've literally got a list of things they're not allowed to look at. Because the fact that neither of them looked at the Eidolon infusions on the skills is like... That's the thing I'm most excited for. It's actually true that the Awakening bosses are a little bit harder on melee classes. Oh, good luck, Bao! Make sure you build up the pen too, because detail damage is important, but if you don't have enough pen, nothing else matters. Maybe I should have saved this for when I get to a higher level, but oh well. I'm not even trying all the skills properly. I don't think it's easier. I think it's easier to get the stuff that you need. Like, back in the area days, you didn't have the access to the equipment enchants in the Dragon Point store. Oh, Bao, I think you're gonna need more. I would highly recommend getting some more. Try if you can't find like cheap copies of the equipment enchantments in the auction house, or find some like in dungeons, just try to get these level 90 basic ones. Hold on, I want to see if I can open it up. Well, I don't know that you could... I mean, 40 to 50 would be ideal, but I don't know how reasonable that's going to be able to attain. So you got your class effects, you've got your enchantment cards, try to get level 90 on everything. Alright, I still have to do something with these points. Yeah, that's probably gonna be fine. Another thing, there's some of that searing dust inside this pack here. Is it at a low enough level that you'd be able to get it before awakening? Maybe, so you might be able to use some searing dust from that pack that they've given us for free to be able to get through it. Or at least get one more. I'm pretty sure searing dust is only one pen. Unfortunately, Natsuki, it's limited. You can't just get in by finding it. Oh, is searing dust test level 1? Oh man. Alright, let's give this a solid look. And of course it misses. Do I not get accuracy for fully charging things anymore? No. No accuracy for a full charge. That might be a problem. Oh, hello, does it? I'm glad I could help. Some bosses one-shot me even though I've got 80% defense, but some people tank it easily even though we both have the same defense, which is 80%. If you're talking about people that have that take like 0 damage on it, they're probably triggering an immunity Eidolon. But another option could be that they have some other kind of damage reduction. Oh, and that's the end of the Age of Empires soundtrack. So now we're into a random selection. Although I will say that if they're literally tanking it and taking 0 damage, they're probably triggering an immunity Eidolon. If you find it's a specific dungeon that's the problem, you might want to check your armor element. Yeah, one-shotting yourself on the ice goat is pretty easy. Oh, hello, Nessa. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, although the special event for the whatchamacallit, the goats is actually over, so Reflect Goat is gone for the time being. Ah, not yet. Maybe next time. Shoot, no, this is the mobs. I'm gonna put that there and that there for the time being. And what's this one? Oh, that looks flashy. What do you mean, does Canada still exist? Of course Canada still exists. We're still up here with our maple syrup and saying A obsessively. You know, I didn't mind the goat being ridiculously weak under the blood armor shield. I feel like that was fine. But I do wish they'd buff them back up. You know, how many more skills do I have? I've only got one more skill. I'm a little bit disappointed with the animations. So the old skill that was my favorite, when you looked at it in slow motion, it was like the arrow rain one. When you looked at it in slow motion, your character jumped up, pulls back the string of the bow, and then uses their foot to to push against the bow itself and then launch the arrows up really high in the sky. Like, it was a really detailed animation, so I'm a tiny bit disappointed in the animation, but the glow effects look cool. I gotta finish all my oddities on this account. After I made all the guides for it, I haven't even done them all myself. Oh, that one was easy, so I think I knocked it out early. It doesn't look like they reworked the Envoy path. They just changed some of the effects of the nodes. So, I'll take that. I mean, obviously because of the new skills and whatnot, but let's see. When casting, Thorn Piercing, a Radiant Darkness cycle increases own pen for 5% by 20 seconds, stacks twice. That sounds nice. I suppose that's one way to look at it, Bao, but having too much spread over the elements actually makes it harder to build. When attacking, 5% chance to trigger up to 4 consecutive damage instances over 4 seconds? Huh? Well, we'll have to see what that does. I'm gonna take it. That's gonna be like a quad zeal or something? Yeah, but like, quad. I went down just because I wanted the move speed nodes right away, right? Okay, well, we probably need to go up to get that one too. Then we'll just have to cross up here and... Oh, this used to be the 2 dark skill nodes. But now it's the combo skill. Okay, so there is a bit of reworking going on here. Am I remembering wrong? I swear that was where the dark skill was before. Oh, masteries. Sure. I only have one option anyway. I mean, we're gonna want Zeal, but it's not unlocked yet. Skill is changed to Holy Light attribute. Do we want that? They really want us to go Holy. I've got a dark bow on my main account. I don't want to go Holy. Okay, does this change the animation? No, it still looks quite like a dark skill despite not being dark. That's just the fishing bag. We'll leave that in there. I have to be careful with my inventory, but I do have a couple 20 slot bags ready to go once we hit 25. Yeah, that frost arrow seems really out of place, huh? It also kind of looks like the charge animation has been redone for each skill, but then once it's fully charged, it goes back to the old charge animation. Man, I gave Stella this quite big dog treat. It looks like it's not gonna last you very long. Conk, yeah, it is. Oh, hello, Kenshimo. I'm assuming that you were the one that was on my, coffee the other day then? I actually did, but I went to go get an iced boba coffee. It was super, super tasty. I've got the picture ready to go. The problem is that yesterday, when they dropped all that information about the news information for Aura Kingdom Impact, once I got home, I just locked in and worked on the video from like, oh gosh, it was like 11 o'clock until 11 at night. So I wouldn't get to put up the photo. I will post it later today, but thank you very much. See, I was actually gonna go on, oh shoot, I just lost the chat window. I was actually gonna go on, Tuesday after work, just to start off my vacation with a bang, but, ended up being like, right as I was about to walk in, this like crowd of kids went in, and I'm like, I could sit here for half an hour and wait for all them to finish their orders, or I can just come back tomorrow. I'm actually from the West Coast. Alright, let's go. Yeah, I was gonna say, if you were in the, if you saw in the Orc Kingdom Impact, somebody mentioned that I'd been on Linus Tech Tips, they put out a call for anybody that lives close enough that they could make it to their office to apply and see about maybe being in a video, and, you know, it's not like a ridiculous drive for me, so I decided to apply, and that's how I ended up in a Linus Tech Tips video. Honestly, I'm kind of relieved that one of the other people ended up taking a lot of the ire of the comments for saying a couple silly things, because I was really worried that people would kind of lock in on me and, like, for being the only female in the lineup, you know? But no, it was really fun. The people there were great. And I hope that guy that was being a bit of a rapscallion didn't take it too hard when the comments locked in on him. Love that animation. Stella just farted. I need to open the window. Sorry about that. Yep, puppies can be a bit stinky at times, but you love them. You gotta love them. Like I said, I've made this little graphic to bounce around the screen when, if I have to take Stella out. But this is the cutie pie. I love her. Gaze upon the face of adorableness. Anyway, that's fine for now. You know, I like cats, but we have allergies in our family. Oh, hey, Kiko! I wonder if we can, like, hop straight to Navia once we hit 25. Then I can get on my cute costume that I prepared for this day. Yeah, I took off the rest of this week. Tuesday night was the Genshin patch, so I wanted the day off so I could do the story. Then then yesterday I worked on that video all day. Then for the next 2 days, I'm hoping to get my hands on this character's awakening completion. And then I'm gonna sleep all weekend. Yeah, the auction house does get a bit more expensive nowadays for some stuff. But you just kind of gotta watch out for when the getting's good. So, for example, I think right now backpacks are still really inflated in price, but if we get a good Paragon that's got some, you'll be able to get backpacks for quite cheap. And even relatively new Eidolons can get quite inexpensive if you're able to snag them while the supply is hot. Yeah, LP is probably the way to go right now with the way the prices are. But it's hard because LP is such a good resource for all sorts of other stuff, right? Alright, so if you kind of just rush up here, you can talk to her before the quest freezes you. Yeah, that reminds me, I went ahead and I pre-made a weapon for myself to use. And of course, this is my alt account. I don't have a lot of gold going on. And now it's 50% off crafting. At the very least, I think that the accessibility of stuff in the encyclopedia makes it easier to do gear without of spending a whole lot of gold. And then of course your armor, especially in the early game, you'll be able to use the whatchamacallums, the stuff from the cube. Yeah, we can go ahead and have you. But it still puts you in a position where you basically don't know how to start doing things once you're past awakening and you actually have to start investing more in like crafted gear and stuff. Well, that works for and see, here's where all the people are at. That works for weapons, but I feel like for whatchamacallem, wow, I'm just gonna say whatchamacallem a lot today. I'm sorry, I really didn't get that much sleep. It works for weapons, but for your actual armor, generally the crafted stuff is gonna be better. And sell that off. You know, it's funny because sometimes when people ask questions about stuff, it's things that are just so second nature to me for having played for so long that it doesn't even strike me as like something that one would need to ask. So it's always interesting to hear about the kind of things that players are struggling to find. Also, hello, Osama. I am planning on playing Impact on release. I'm trying to get the days off work. We'll see how it goes. See, Rain, you're right. You can get away with the Eternia S5 gear, but it is going to be struggling. Because that's what I did on my main account, and it was a bit struggling. It depends if you want to be the one carrying the dungeons too, or if you're just gonna vibe in with somebody else doing the hard lifting. You're right, I have not made a crafting guide, Bao, and that might be something that would be helpful for players. I did like a preparing for awakening thing, but I don't think I actually really touched on exactly how to go ahead with the crafting process. Anyway, here is my cute gear set that I've been preparing. A full Eternia set is fine. Like I said, I used it, but it was a bit of a struggle. And that does make sense. That Great Jedi, I feel like that's probably the most real way to put it. Alright, we're just gonna toss that. We don't need these. I was gonna say, I don't know if the ring goes with it, but it kind of does. Anyway, say hello to my Thor bow. So this is one of the Thor weapons they change form in combat, or you can just use the fashion toggle key U to toggle them. Now we're ready to rock and roll. Oh shoot, I left the backpacks. Oh, enjoy! I'm really excited to do the skirt quest later too. Backpacks, and I made this. I grabbed that harp off and oh, for this. Yes. This is my alt account. It's not completely brand new, but it also doesn't have a ton of archive, so it's not a ton of benefits from being an old player. Alright, we'll just pop those on there. I'm gonna need that. Let's go. Yeah, I wouldn't have all this stuff in my warehouse if I was a completely fresh account right now. I actually started calling it the scrub account instead of the fresh account because it really isn't fresh anymore. Oh, Honkai Star Rail is coming out with a new patch. Same day. I really wish it was just July 1st that they were releasing it in my time zone, because then I wouldn't have to take a day off work, because that's Canada Day and you stat holiday here. The reason why I'm not playing on my main account is, number one, I wanted to play on the kiddo, because obviously that's brand new, and I don't have a slot to create another character on my main account. And number two, once I get into dungeons, on my main account, I've got too much to archive, and it's just gonna be one-shot city anyway. Like, I'm not gonna one-shot the Awakening bosses, obviously. But everything up to there, there's not going to be any kind of actually trying out the skills and seeing what they're like. I had the same experience on the Stellar Saphir, that on my main account, I just hit them with 3 patrol vortexes and you're done. Whereas I had to do a little bit more on my alt account to actually see what the class feels like, right? I do have a level S9 bow on my main account, a secondary one. On this account? Oh no, I've got like no wishes done on this account. Actually, have I literally done any wishes? Wishes, skill bonus? 0. I've got 0 Eidolon wishes on this account. Oh, my main account, I've done a lot. You know, the floaty device thing matches the, like, beach vibe, but the color really just stands out, so I'm gonna turn it off. Yeah. I stopped playing Star Rail, even though I still really like the music. I stopped playing just because it felt like, it felt like, how do I explain it? I like playing games just for fun. Like, I'm not super try-hard about things for the most part. And it kind of felt like you couldn't even really enjoy the game anymore unless you started going try-hard. Yeah, most of the back costumes are a little bit whatever. I actually really liked that cute one that I had for the Stellar Saphir stream. At the Kingyo Hime with the little like leaf umbrella. That was super cute. Love that. Oh yeah, I play Genshin. I just don't like doing Genshin on stream because I also don't really want to promote like gambling. So I don't want to show pulls on stream or anything. President! Nice to see you. Thanks for joining. Bamboo Kenko is what I'm using on my Ravager on this account. And I've got a pretty good pool of LP right now, so I could pop over here into the costumes and check some stuff out. But I feel like the LP for this account is a little bit better spent on other things right now. there's one right there. Bamboo Kanko. Okay, hold on a second here. I'll just show everybody if who doesn't know what Bamboo Kanko is. It's still in here, right? Yeah, there we go. Oh, frick. This would look perfect. Guys, it would be perfect. I like the blue color on the Bamboo Kanko because obviously blue is my favorite color. Actually, that's not obvious. You'd never be able to tell. But that color, though. It's a perfect fit. Just feel like 9,000 LP is fine if you're like super into a costume piece. Literally, it's not like Tyr is my favorite Eidolon just because he's blue, okay? They have those super giant wings in here? Yes. Should I? Kinda wanna. It's a bit ridiculous, but I kinda wanna. Oh, I can't. It's too expensive. If I had enough LP, you might not have been able to stop me. Too much LP. If they were 9,000, it would have been a no-brainer, because that's hilarious, but unfortunately they are 24,000. Regarding the pay-to-winness, I actually think it's better in some ways with X Legend, and it's worse in some ways. So, Area or Gamiko had been pretty careful about not releasing a ton of like the super specific like cash only gear items or gambling table only gear items, whereas X Legend has released those. But Area had like much higher restrictions on ways to get new Eidolons, whereas for X Legend, it's that they're actually a lot faster about releasing those in ways that even your average player can get. Like on my main account, I'm still not. I don't buy. Like I don't pay any money for stuff. I only do things inside the game. And I've still got some of the pretty new Eidolons. So there's pluses and minuses to both ways that it was being handled by the different companies. Oh, right, we have another point. Combo Frenzy, that's the one that I wanted. Then I think we're gonna run up the side here. We're gonna want these damage nodes. In the past, I did spend a bit, but take that over the period of, gosh, I started playing right when the open beta started, so that would have been like 2014, early 2014 or late 2013, I forget when the exact release was. Over the entire period of that, it was probably no more than 150 Canadian dollars for 10 years. And I stopped probably like a year or two before Area stopped. Like before Area stopped doing passed the publishing rights back to X Legend, I had already long since stopped. But yeah, about $150 probably over the course of 10 years. I hate that scarf. I really wish that they didn't even have it as a quest because it throws people off. they get this quest and it's like, go to the cash shop, and then they feel like they're stun locked because they can't move forward, because normally the quests you need to complete them to be able to move on. And like, I don't want to be like, I don't want you to think that I feel like you should never spend any money on video games, because when you're playing a game for free, I mean, you kind of accept that there's going to be some concessions, that there's going to be things that you can't do, or things that you'd have to grind for a lot, which is kind of like, I finally just got my manual on my main account, right? I was finally able to do that by tagging along with stronger players. But, you know, if I'm having fun with the game, I don't feel like it is illegal for me to spend money or anything. It's just that, you know, money's tight. You spend a whole bunch of it. Can't give the beautiful Stella more treats. So I'm just trying to be really budget conscious of not spending too much money on things that, might just end up making me more frustrated if I don't get what I want. Like, especially like gambling games like Genshin and whatnot, right? Where you have to roll the gacha for characters. That's why I don't do gachas on stream anymore. I did it once and I'm never going to do it again. Oh no, too late for the manual. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, I think they put the time limit on the emblems so that you couldn't just hold it and wait for like an event rerun, but oof. I ended up nabbing a Holy and a Dark manual by spending all of my G myself, but it felt like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity because of how rare they were before. You know, it is tough to use them, right? Like the free manuals. You look at them and you think, oh, should I use it today? Am I running enough dungeons for it to be worth it? Oh, that's rough. You have no accuracy. Charging doesn't give accuracy. What's up with that? Accuracy. I guess if you take less time to charge, you have less time to direct your arrows. It's more accurate fast charging. Yeah. When you've got an item that you know is rare and you keep thinking, gosh, I better save this for a good opportunity, and then you just no opportunity ever feels good enough for it. Alright, hold on a second here. They've changed this one so you don't have to gather all the boxes anymore. So if we just kind of nab 4 along the way, and I can avoid that one. Can I sneak through there? Yeah. Man, I know it literally would not have been like interesting to anybody else, but I really wish some of the other streamers that they had given the early access to Impact had actually gone through to see whether or not they've adjusted these kind of lame instance quests. Falling asleep running dungeons. You know, honestly, running dungeons is really relaxing for me. I pull out my controller. No, I don't have any sponsorship from them. It's just, love of the game. They skipped over me when they started giving people access to the servers. I don't think that they are... I suspect that I'm not even in their, line of sight. I'm too small for that. Oh, where'd Taylor go? I'm pretty confident that those streamers did have, that they are on a beta server. Like, I don't think they're gonna actually give those players accounts that have all of the costumes and all of the gear and all of the Eidolons unlocked, along with a level 50 character that they didn't even level up themselves. I'm assuming because they all had a level 50 character. I don't feel like that's something they would do. I mean, maybe. As for applying to be a content creator for them, I do think that my reach is way, way, way too small. But also, I didn't even see a place to apply, so... unsure to try new classes in order because I don't know anything about them, like what mastery skill path. You have suggestions? Well, if you're starting on a brand new account where you're not going to have any benefits of like the stuff that builds up over your playtime, like you have the extra bonus stats and whatnot, I really think that Stellar Saphir is a really good class to choose. I just played it on this account recently, and I was shocked by how much stronger it was in the exact same gear compared to my Ravager. And it was also really, really, like, flexible in terms of being able to choose the right kind of buff for the right circumstance. It's also ranged, which means you don't have to get up in the face of the enemies. You can keep running away while you're attacking. In terms of, like, masteries or skill path, you don't need to worry too much about it until you start getting into content where you can't beat stuff, and that's not going to happen for a long time. But, yeah, all of this stuff, like your Envoy path, your gear attributes, they can all just be reset anytime to redo it. Yeah, you need a little bit of armor piercing for Nightmare Realm. How did that go? Also, I'm just gonna throw it out there. I don't know if this counts as a quality stream, but I'm having fun, so I hope you guys are. Where's my coffee? You know, I should add another coffee. It's been a long enough stream, we can add another coffee. You'll see that I cleaned off my desk, right? Oh, you've already got an S level 40, Astro. It sounds like you already know what's going on when you've got oh, that's a statue. It sounds like you already kind of know what's going on if you've got characters that are that high level. Wait, how come... Oh, let me grab the coffee cup. Yeah. Here. There. If you're looking for another class after that... Stellar and Wiz. I mean, I'm tempted to say you might want to try something really out there, like Necromancer. Actually, I haven't played it a super ton, but it is kind of fun having a whole like gaggle of monsters with you, and not a lot of people play it, so it kind of stands out. It also plays as dark element, so if you've already got a dark stuff like dark gear and dark Eidolons for your stellar, it's not a bad choice. Because it is. This is actually a screenshot of my character from my main account in... What costume is it? Costume... My favorite costume. Where'd it go? This one. Yes! I made my VTuber model by taking a screenshot of my main character wearing this costume and then redrawing it into layers and then rigging it myself. That's why it's a little bit not super movable. Because I'm an amateur. I just did it with a whole bunch of walkthroughs and the tutorial version of the Live 2D rigging software. But I did my best, so I hope you guys like it. As much as I do. Maybe that's not possible because I love it a lot. You know, I really actually want to work on my side character, my necromancer, but I just have so many characters ongoing that I want to play. I want to cap my whiz on my main account. I obviously want to. I'm working on my scrub bow right now, and then I want to play Imp, the impact version. Like, ugh. I'd say we need more hours in the day, but I'd end up just working more of them, wouldn't I? Offhand, I don't know. Like I said, I actually haven't played it a ton. It just feels like it would be a class that might suit your vibe in terms of like the gameplay being ranged and dark element with large AoE. And like I said, we'll just keep going up this side here. I'm excited about Impact too. Like, there's so many things that they've said that they're doing that feels like it could be good or bad now. Like, especially that the trade restrictions that they were talking about. I'm really not sure how to feel about that. Like, what kind of an impact that's going to have on the economy if everything has to go through the auction house for like the first month. Oh, that didn't hit him, even though he was in the line of fire. I get that it's because of bots. I get it, but if you're gonna like, I'm just worried about what it's gonna do for the economy in the game, and if you're gonna really hurt the economy to the point that even players don't want to play, then bots are not your issue. Like, bots are an issue for once you've got players. I don't know, maybe we do need another cannon incident. I get it. It's just cart before the horse, I think is what I'm thinking. That if your anti-bot restriction is so restrictive that even players are put off by it, that's cart before the horse. I guess it really depends how long it's going to take to grind to level 60. Are you going that way? Go this way. It's hard to tell from the live streams that I was watching, the two Thai live streamers. It's hard to tell how much the level curve is. Like, they had level 50 characters, and I saw them enter Dimension Hall, and you can't, it's an automatic teleport, so you can't really tell what level the Dimension Hall is. But they got, like, a huge amount of experience for killing the mobs in there. So they adjusted the dimensional halls. Yeah, the cap is 60, Osama. They adjusted the dimension halls so that now killing the mobs gives you the experience. There's no quest involved. So number one, if you've got, like, monster kill experience buffs, that's amazing because they're way easier to get. And it was huge amount of experience, like, at level 50. So that was a surprise to me. They're not lowering prices because the more stock gold there is, the less value it has. Oh man, if I had infinite gold right now, not that this is not the point of the conversation, but if I had infinite gold right now, but I was only allowed to buy one thing. Oh, that's not the right way to go. What would I buy? Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that you were new. Hello, Top 10. There are going to be more streamers playing it tomorrow. I'm hoping to try and, like, if I can sync up and be able to watch some of them, maybe I can, like, entice them to try some of the things that I was hoping to see on the other live streams, but, you know, with people that I can speak the same language as. I might be somewhat bilingual, but unfortunately only for Japanese. But I wonder whether or not the streamers that are involved have like restrictions on things they're not allowed to show. Because to me, it feels like a no-brainer that you go to the weapon mastery and start throwing some Eidolon infusions on those skills and comparing them, right? Like that's, I'm not gonna say it's the first thing I would do, but it's in the first three. First, I'd probably find a cute costume. See, that's the thing, is I just said it was one item. But you're right, Abyss set would probably be the infinite gold target. Now we don't need that. I think the funniest thing is that because I'm so like disconnected from the high end of the market. Oh, look at that. Too many people. I'm betting they just reached out to people. It's not like people applied to become creators for it. They probably had a marketing company reach out to people. Fleet-footed Addy. Oh, that's right. This isn't a buff skill anymore. Number 5 is now an attack skill. 100%. They weren't looking for people that know Aura Kingdom. They were looking for people that would be able to introduce Aura Kingdom to larger new communities. That's why I'm not the right person for them anyway. But I'm the right person for me. I assume they have to, because they specifically noted in the they specifically noted about Eidolon statues in the last set of patch notes, so there's gonna be a house of some variety. Whether or not it's still locked behind the level 55 maps, with the level cap being 60. You know, Jedi, I tried to see what the element for Landland Cat was, but the screens were a little bit too small and I couldn't make out the text, and they didn't have it on a place where I would have been able to see the icon for it. But that was what actually was crossing my mind when I was talking about a starter Eidolon for physical. But like, technically, I didn't even see them like scrolling through this list to see whether or not there was an extra one that didn't seem. I mean, I can't read Thai language at all, so even if they had it, would might not have been helpful. But if they're changing Eidolons to physical element, I think Gigas should be physical. Are they still fisticuffs of Gigas? Like, what Eidolons do we make physical? I think Gigas is a pretty easy choice. I don't know about other ones, but like my brain says Gigas. Sorry, Gigas. I seem to remember there used to be Eligos. Eligos is just really dark vibe though. Like I know Gigas has like the has lightning like animation type things, but you just remove that and you look it looks physical enough. But Eligos has real dark vibes. He's the Duke of Darkness. Okay. See, that's what I'm talking about. I actually had to use a couple skills on this guy, so if I hadn't been zoning out talking about Eidolons, I might have actually had to charge skills to be able to kill him in one shot or anything. That's what I'm looking forward to once I start getting a little further in, is not being able to one shot everything. He's Batman. But what I was saying there is that there used to be like a Sigrun swimsuit item in the database, and now I think it's gone. I think the last time I looked, I couldn't find it. So I wonder if that item was literally just put in the database to troll us that kept asking for Sigrun bathing suit. And also, I sure hope we have a database for the new game as well. There's a lot of swimsuit Eidolon models, probably not, just never made. Oh, that's so depressing. I'm sorry, Topatan. I tried to figure that out from watching the other live streams, but it was one part language barrier and one part blurry screen. I could not make it out. I don't know if they could merge it with ours, though. Like, because it's people from all different languages, right? Can you imagine if the developer really was so, sneaky as to add items into the database just specifically to mess with people that are looking for things? Well, they wouldn't be able to do that until they release all of the classes, so we'll have to wait and see, I suppose. And remember that it's not just us, it's the Taiwan server as well. I really need to actually read the effects on these skills so I know what I'm doing. I think I'm just gonna throw this there for the time being, that way I can actually reach it. Oh yeah, they're still ahead, so that obviously adds in another layer of complexity if there was any kind of like cross-server merging going on. I really don't know how you'd handle that. I gotta say, super disappointing to shoot things right through mobs when we used to have a little bit of AoE. Rushing content to get ahead. I mean, a lot of the stuff is seasonal, and we're about a year behind, right? Oh, did we hit 800k? I thought I looked this morning and it wasn't. Hold on a second. Let me check. Let me check. Let me check. What? Where's my link? Where is my link? Pre-registry page. Oh, we did hit 800,000. That's exciting. And did I get a third muramasa key? I swear this morning when I looked it wasn't. Oh, I'm at 8 people that have used my my third set or third link for the pre-registry. So if 2 more people do, I will have 1 more code for a muramasa key that I can give away to people on the day that it comes out. I did my part. I think across all of the pre-registration, I'm pretty sure I put it in the description. Yes, it's in the description of the video, so you can check it out there. I put it in this one as well as in that last video that I released with the information about our Kingdom Impact. I did my part. I've got over 100 pre-registries on one of my links because it was the one that I just left up. Yeah, not really a dark meat class, huh? Oh, sorry, you're right. Stellar Zephyr can be dark. The new class is gonna be fire and ice. Wizard is fire and ice. Tachi is storm. Chib is lightning. What's the last class again? Why can't I recall what the last class is? My brain is just done. I'm so tired. Right, so I stayed up to midnight to try and get the video out and wait for it to finish processing and everything before setting it to go live. And then I turned off my alarm in the morning. And then Stella woke me up at 4 a.m. anyway. So I got about 4 hours of sleep. I love her still, though. Star Color can be played as Holy, but Lightning is just so much better. Duelist! It's Duelist! Yes, Duelist Light. Oh gosh, I don't know why I forgot that. I was even the one saying that I thought that the new system that would allow you to, like, infuse Eidolons into skills could be game changer for specifically Duelist because of its lack of AoE, right? Like, how could I forget that? I literally don't know what to do for subclasses, though, and with that list of classes. Miss. I mean, I guess? Stellar Zephyr might be a nice choice for sub 2 if you can use the buffs for it, but they'll be slow. You'll only be able to use them like once per dungeon. So, I don't know. But the fire and ice synergy between the new class and Wiz might make that a good combo. You can semi-spam with only 1 star mark, I suppose? You don't really need to let it fully charge, I guess. And it's got some pretty good debuffing if they keep the debuffing capabilities, so Stellar Sphere really might be the subclass of choice. Oh, we got more Envoy nodes. Then you'll suffer like the rest of us. Like, I don't know. Well, the good news is that Tachi is also an option. So, I just don't see Tachi being great as a subclass. Hey, hold on a second. Did that add the cooldown for this one too? Kind of weird looking skill. She sub is cool. Yeah, I agree. I would not use Tachi as a subclass in its current form that I know it. Alright. Now I actually have to start thinking about what skills I'm using, and I should probably read the skill descriptions. Ooh, I made my class buff here too. I'm so used to triangle lineup. Hey, thanks for sticking around, Jedi. Have a good rest. What about this one? Oh, I'm so disappointed by the lack of AoE. Yeah, we're just gonna go in here and hit him with a... Quick skills instead of pressing numbers. You know, I usually do that for anything past 4 because my small hands cannot reach anything further than 4 easily. But that's also why I use the tilde button. Normally I put ballad there, so I don't really like having an attack skill, but... No, I feel ya. I get it. It's, your hand feels like it's tripping over itself to try and hit everything, especially when you need to tab target as well. I do a lot of manual targeting. I thought that would freeze him if it was a full charge. Did I just not quite get the full charge? Wait a second. It only freezes if it's not fully charged? What? That seems so backwards. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh my gosh. I mean, I guess if you're trying to just stop the target, it's nice to be able to just hit them with a quick. Don't go anywhere, and then you can charge your other skills, but like... That doesn't feel right now. Oh, hello, Gyutan. See, that's the kind of thing I would not have even noticed if I had been on my main account, because, like, I would have just been one-shotting everything and not noticing that they weren't stopping. Now, one of the streamers I was watching on the live stream, also when their level 50 account was on this quest here. And it didn't have an instance that they went into, and they weren't able to use the crystal. I think they ended up just giving up, but it's hard to tell when you can't understand what they're saying. Hoping tank gear to be meta? You know, in the early days of Aura Kingdom, our version, the tank gear was also quite expensive, so... They said that there's going to be new prefixes on weapons. Or at least, that's what I remember from my addled, sleepless brain right now. I wonder if that applies for regular armor too, that there'll be more effects on it. Like for crafting cores. Since there's no tank class, that might be something that we've got to do until we get a little bit more settled into the new systems. Like, I'm so excited about what the infusions are going to do. That's why it's just killing me that none of the streamers played around with it. Because if it's all just affecting the DPS, that's one thing. But if it actually starts adding in other effects, like the ability to reduce damage or add heals onto skills, that would be... Like, you'd be able to like fully customize any class to be any kind of role, right? I really wish somebody had messed around with that in the streams. Like I said, that's why I'm not going to go harass the streamers tomorrow, but I am going to try to see if I can't find one of them playing it. I wasn't 100% sure from the picture that they posted in the Discord about like what time zone that was referring to. Well, I'm sure that if they're not allowed to show that system, like they've been told don't show that system because they want it to be a surprise for when people start it, that they can still say, sorry, we're not allowed to do the Eidolon infusion. And I get that, because when I was playing with... oh, is this another new player? No, it's not. It's not a new player. Why are you killing my sprites? You're killing all the sprites. Sprouts. When I was playing with on the live streams for Gamey Go, I mean, they didn't tell us anything that we weren't allowed to say. They just said specifically, there's a couple things we'd like you to do, and you can goof around other than that. Yeah, it is a pre-release game, so it's possible that they said not, or they specifically said not to look at it. But I think it's much more likely that instead there was just a couple specific things they were told to do, and these kind of, I don't want to say nuanced, but more technical systems that are a little bit more opaque to people that aren't familiar with the game would be a little bit harder to accidentally stumble on and actually, like, be interested in. I mean, fingers crossed hoping that there's a proper tutorial to how to actually do it, because a lot of the things in this game don't have proper tutorials. Oh, that's right, you don't have to pick anymore, you just get both. Where's my accuracy? This is actually really bad. The accuracy not coming from charging anymore. It's like a non-issue at endgame, but right now it's pretty suffering. I'm still at 0% accuracy, yeah. Well, that's not going to be changing for a while, that's for sure. Yeah. It's not that you don't have to charge, because you still can charge, right? I think I'm so used to the old duration that it's going to be a bit before I get used to not holding it too long, right? Like, that wasn't quite a full charge, so that wasn't quite the right duration. Can I get in a full charge in one jump cast? Doesn't look like it. Huh? So on that, the animation for the skill went at the same time as the auto attack. That time I missed it. So there's a very, very tight window. You know, Rain, that's another thing that I was watching on the Aura Kingdom Impact, is trying to look at the position of the green exclamation marks to see whether or not they were the same ones that I remember, but I ended up being too tired. And I wasn't able to confirm whether or not they're going to be brand new oddities or if they're going to be the same ones again. If they're the same ones, party hard. I am done all those guides. I should probably put these in the shared warehouse so I can use them on my characters that are fortifying gear for endgame right now, but the temptation to just use them. Yeah, you can still charge, it's just that it's less time. I mean, you say that, Rain, but the quests aren't the same. So we'll see. Like, you don't start in that instance. The one in Wrathborn Temple with the red sky and whatnot, you don't start in that. It looks like it's still referenced, like you've been having headaches or nightmares about it, but you don't actually have to go in it. And then there's, instead of Sheila, that lady at the start, there's some guardsmen that you talk to and you go back to a couple times. So it isn't, the quests aren't all the same, so you never know. Maybe they would shuffle it up and make some new oddities. Some of the new oddities are a bit whatever though, right? Like some of the older ones actually had a little bit more thought process put into them. Some of the new ones are just interesting stories. They're just green quests around the map. Every one that you do will net you a couple points for stats in your titles. Right here. These are just flat stats that are across your characters. Some unlock at higher levels, but it is just free extra stats. Oh, speaking of which, we should totally throw in a title. I didn't even think about that. Do. I just feel kind of lonely without a guild. I'm kind of sad because my friend that was running the midday fan club before passed the guild leadership to me, so now I'd have to actually go and switch account and open up the recruit myself if I wanted to join. Solo instance and you get a vote recruit that we'd be able to join. I mean, you can just give up on your solo instance. You can always do that. Depends what you care about more, I guess. Some of them are. And like I like the like especially like the ones that have like a story that they're telling, especially across several maps. And it looked like they were starting to add a new like chain of stories across all of the maps in the update they did not last time but the time before. Like the one that where they added new ones on Port Scandia and Helonia Coast. But then last time they just added some random ones in the late game that didn't really link up to the ones that they had added previously, so I was a little bit sad about that. It's just world flavor, I suppose you could say. Oh dear. It's entirely possible we are hitting the first, Miss Stella needs to get some attention. She has this thing where, when she'd really like to go outside, she starts off by just staring directly at you. And then she'll start pawing at your feet after like a couple minutes of being ignored. She is currently at staring stage. So, hey look, that we already got the items. I'm gonna take a approximately 5 to 10 minute break here to run the Missy outside because she'd really like that. You can stare at Mr. Tree and the Stella break notification. I will be back in a bit. Okie dokie. Sorry about that. I am now back. I'm not even sure if she's oh, now she wants to play. I'm sorry, Stella. We'll play a lot after we're done, okay? Okay. Okay, Stella. Oh, I love her. Let's go. Oh, I missed the chance to say goodbye to Kenshimo. I thought I had this on shuffle, but it seems like it's playing a lot of stuff from the same soundtrack. Hold on. Yeah, it's on shuffle. Alright. I think Miss Stella finished her bone and now she needs something else done to keep her entertained. But I can't give her too many bones. Alright. We're back on track though. Focus. So I was basically just charging everything because I'm used to it on bow, but what if I just switch over to like the same kind of jump casty style that every other class uses? It feels like a shame. But maybe if we only focus on using charged attacks when necessary on bosses, it'll go a little bit faster. Which reminds me, I definitely had another move speed buff that I was saving for this in my warehouse that I'm not using right now. I grab that next time we head back to town. Which is right now. Oh. We'll just keep moving our way around the perimeter here to get to the... Is that... We're just gonna keep moving around the perimeter here to get up to the, Wait, what? When not moving? What? How is that gonna be helpful? Alright, we're just gonna yoink that. A little bit more inventory space. There should definitely be Swifty stars. Let's go. Don't want to sell that one. Don't really need those. Don't really need those. Don't really need those. Probably don't need those. If you don't select the chip costumes, these ones can actually be sold off for a little bit of silver. Later ones are even worth up to and over 1 gold. That'll do for now. I guess that feels a little bit better for jump casting, but... With the accuracy not being available on charges anymore, it's probably better to just get in more hits while my accuracy is still stuck at 0. A guild with only cannon class? You mean in the Aura Kingdom Impact? I see you retracted your message, but I'm still gonna say that because you can change your main class, I don't know how you'd restrict people. You know what? I'm just gonna use one of these. Why not? It increases your move speed a bit. I've got a bunch of them. It's time to just start eating all of our fancy stuff. Almighty 4 versus elemental skill damage. Elemental skill damage under most circumstances is going to be better for you. The very few circumstances that I could see Almighty being helpful would be on particularly early content. Like right now I'm actually using an Almighty mount because I really don't have anything else. And I feel like this isn't a terrible idea for some newer players, like especially around Awakening when the debuffs are pretty intense, but you'd still need to have the other stats for it. It's just that in later game, dark elemental damage would do way more when you're trying to cut through debuffs for elemental damage. Like if you go to your offensive tab and everything here is in the red, that basically means that you have, doesn't matter what your stats are, you're not going to be doing much damage. So having really high elemental damage is what's actually going to be effective at that rate, or at that stage. But for me right now, and for like Awakening, I feel like the Almighty might not be completely ineffective because it helps with like your HP and stuff to avoid getting one shot. Speaking of stat points, my speed is really low, but I know that's because of the gear set that I'm using. You know what? If I open the level 30 bag that I've been ignoring because it's going to kill my inventory for a bit. Do I get a level 40 set of gear? Oh, I get the advanced origin stuff. But that still doesn't have your, we'll switch to it anyway. Oh, that's a level 40 armor set I was thinking about. That one's gonna have, whatchamacallit? Speed on it, won't it? No, the level 40 set actually doesn't have speed either. Oh, it doesn't matter that much. It didn't give me an advanced aura weapon, though, did it? I don't remember where the advanced aura weapons is from offhand. Oh, I'm doing so good today, guys. Oh, there it is. Gosh. It's gonna be level 40, so I'll just filter it to 41. Go back to Ranger. There we are. Oh, even the weapon has experience from killing monsters on it. Interesting. Interesting. Is that a daily, or have I actually not killed that guy before? Oh, and I'm over level 25, so I can actually switch to a better Eidolon now, too. While we're waiting for the cutscene here, let's pick an Eidolon. Now, I hate to say it, but it feels like Bo's gotta go holy or something now. Alright, Eidolon. Let's see. I mean, I guess Eligos is one of the ones with accuracy buff. Yeah, so I think Eligos is a good choice. I mean, Kotona has a good healer. I don't know that we'll need that because I am going to go Bard sub. That should do, I think, those two. Long cutscenes here, though. This is the kind of thing that I feel like they need to tighten up. Kotonoha with DPS stars is actually not a terrible idea, but I do like the move speed ones. I just need to get her down to beating her and stuff. Now I kind of bungled that. Am I gonna lose? I've only done this 30 times before. It's oh dear, they've actually stopped you from being able to use items now. I just wait here and use the healing skill and... There, we're fine. I know how to do this. The break shield doesn't work properly on these guys. I don't even think it's worth using. The music's not the right vibe, huh? But such is the life of putting something on shuffle. Wrong time to be staring at my Eidolons. That guy's just not going to use any of the shields. No, this is not the Impact version, Ria. Also, hello. This is the old version. Actually, the new version, Impact, is not going to have this class at all. I'm currently playing on the Warbow, which just got a rework on our version. They just got all the skills replaced, so I'm just giving it a shot on an account that's a little weaker. But Warbow is not going to be available to start on Aura Kingdom Impact when it comes out. Man, let me at him. Yeah, they need to tighten up stuff like this in the new version. Maybe make it into cutscenes that can be skipped. Okay, now let me go. Oh, sorry, I should add, that being said, the graphics aren't going to be different for the new version. Like, I thought they might even, like, redo the UI to make it look a little more modern, and it looks like they're not. They're just changing a bunch of the menus and adding more stuff to them. Better bag them before I run on and get another one. My portrait didn't load properly. Yeah, it just feels so weird to use that skill as an actual attack. Kind of wish they didn't reuse the icon for it. So this was a cutscene that was actually added in relatively late. Subless or Bonk era? Right, so this cutscene was added in relatively late in the development. I would love to see more cutscenes like this for the story beats. And that was the impression that I was getting when I watched the live streamers. Holy Sword Rework. I am not sure we're getting one in the next year at the very least. Sorry to say. Subless. I don't know that I can do subless on this account. I don't have the guts for it. Not on this class. I don't see any life drain skills, and even those are a little bit tough to use inside Awakening when your damage is low. Or Holy Light attribute damage. Damage down. Oh no, that one's a self-healing. Restores 30% of damage dealt as self-healing. That's actually pretty high, but it might only work if it doesn't kill the target, so it's going to be hard to test. Ugh. It's relaxing music. I go to bed after this. That's it. Stream's over. I'm going to sleep. No, I think absolute minimum we're going for 6 hours today. I'm thinking probably about 10. But like I said, I've said it a couple times actually, the beautiful Miss Stella does require attention and love. I can't just let her sit on the bed and sleep all day. Because if I do, she'll just wake me up again in the middle of the night. Okay, we'll go subless for a while and see what happens. I just feel like that's going to be quite challenging on this account because I was kind of counting on being able to heal myself. Or should I put up a poll? There's not very many people, so maybe you guys could outvote Ira. Well, maybe you think I don't need heals, but I like surviving. Alright. I have to get used to using these kind of things, so here we go. Start a poll. Of this. There. Actually pretty close to getting my sub now that I think about it. No, I should have enough speed on my gear when I get to endgame, and I don't want to waste the G that it'll take to reshuffle it, so... Start by where? There we are. I mean, with Kotonaha, maybe you're right that I could get by, but... It just depends how much I want to suffer, you know? I'll leave the poll running for a while. I just won't select the sub until, way later than normal. Subless is my fate. There's not that many people that have voted. There's only 4 votes with... Oh, yeah. We'll let that vote simmer for a couple hours and see what happens. Technically, like I said, I'm not going to be hitting the Awakening today by, like, if after 10 hours I'm still several maps away, I'm not just going to kind of push through because I do need some sleep at some point. But we'll take it into consideration what the vote says. I love how every time Ira comes in here, it's like subless or third option. This should be the last quest before we head into the dungeon. Is that another bow player? Oh no, Shuriken. I'm gonna be the only Chibbo. I love the soundtrack from Bellabog! It's gorgeous! You couldn't make me hate it. I may not like the game very much anymore, but you could never make me hate the soundtrack. I'll throw that out. That animation is really flashy. Did she actually turn to face the camera, or was my angle just weird there? Look! You can like the music and not play the game. Okay, I had a... Oh, she turned to face the target when I used that skill, even though it was a buff skill. That's why it felt like she just looked to the camera to show off her butterfly wings. I'm definitely not learning a rotation today. I am just mashing skills. Or at least, yeah, for today I think I'm not going to worry too much about trying to suss out a rotation here. I'm just going to try and kill stuff. I might noodle around a little bit after the stream to try and pick out what a good way to do this is, but for the time being, it's noodles. Noodling time. Yeah, I think I kind of beat Honkai Star Rail in my heart when I got the character I like the best. Oh, hey, Drandel! Thanks for stopping by. Absolutely, go ahead and ask anything you like. Any other games you can be involved in, like Blue Protocol, Star Resonance, or Chrono Odyssey? Is that the, Blue Protocol version that is actually gonna come out globally? Because I remember hearing a little bit about that, but I've just been so busy lately that I haven't had time to look into it. Hello, Aqua. This is the X-Legend current global server. So it's the original 4 area servers merged into one. Okay, so I'm super interested in Blue Protocol because I really wanted to try it before. So, absolutely I want to try it. No Manus, this is the official server. As for Chrono Odyssey, I'm gonna be real with you, I have actually never heard of that, so I'm gonna make a note over here to look at Chrono Odyssey. Oh no. Let's see. Alright, it's in the notes. I'll definitely look at it. There's just so much stuff that I want to do. I wish there was more time in the day. There's so many games, so little time. You're totally right. There is not enough coffee on the table. We've got to fix that. I did decide to reset it so that I would have some more coffee adding space. That's again with the statue. You know, I guess that's a teeny one that's sitting there because I've accidentally lost it behind the layers. No, so the official server was transferred back to X-Legend, the developer, for publishing the global, and in December last year they merged the 4 servers into one. So it is still going on, and there's still so many people in Navia that I'll lag out when I walk through. In fact, we're about to see that because I'm about to go to Navia. Messy inventory. That's a teeny coffee. Come on. Yeah. No, I don't know why it's I don't know why I can't get back to that item. Well, this is in fact my my free-to-play account. That's 100% free to play and started about, oh gosh, I guess it's over a year ago now. I started this account to test out what the experience was like for new players. So I'm finding that the game is extremely generous with regards to items, as long as you have a good idea of where it's valuable to use them. No, I'm not a whale. Even on my main account, I haven't spent anything in years. As for multiplayer in this game, a lot of people really like to play it alone. They play it as a game solo, and for the most part, it's just chit chat with other players. But it's because they've been playing for so long, and especially the people that have got a whole lot of like really top-end gear, they don't need other players to get through it. But I think that's kind of been a bit of a mistake of the way the game is developed, because they've created the ability for people to solo all those dungeons, so people want to solo those dungeons, so the cooperative elements kind of fall apart. So recently we had this nightmare dungeon up that even like super high-end endgame carries would do way better if they had just even people participating, trying to debuff the bosses and knowing how to do that. And a lot of people just kind of just tag along and wait on the sidelines. Alright, so this is a secondary subclass thing. Technically we are currently at 62% subless, so I guess I'm not allowed to pick a subclass. Yeah, I think that the way the game is developed has kind of put people in a position where you have to look for players that are trying to cooperate. But you absolutely can. And there is like a recruit thing going on here, especially for like the end game dungeons, but there's not going to be a lot of that prior to the late end game. So that's the thing, is that for Aura Kingdom Impact, they've removed one of the main ways that players sustain themselves when they're playing alone, and that is, I mean, I can't equip it because now I'm not allowed to pick a sub. That's this Nocturnal sub weapon here. It's got the damage conversion for self heals. Without that, I think you're gonna definitely need to do a lot more parties work to be able to make it through the content, because you're not going to have the kind of self-sustain even if you're doing massive damage. It's going to be a little bit more balanced in terms of how you have to build. I'm just worried because they haven't given us any healing classes. Yeah, so I don't know what to think about that. Honestly, I'm just... There's the people, after I had already published the video that I put up last night, they announced that they've actually got a bunch of English streamers, so I'll actually be able to understand what's going on in the UI, that will be playing the pre-release beta as well, starting tomorrow and over the weekend. So I'm kind of hoping to sneak into the chat of a couple of those people and out of combat regen and just not taking damage, huh? Yeah, so I just want to kind of sneak into the chat of some of those people and see if I can't get them to look at some of the system, specifically the what do you call it? The Eidolon infusion, because I want to see what kind of other effects you can get. Like if there's healing effects added in there, that might be interesting. Like a reason why they don't have it anywhere else, right? But yeah, they don't have a guard, so you don't have like the standard tank. And they don't have a bard, which is basically the only main healing class. So if Lindley's right and just not taking damage is the play, well, I mean, ranged is going to be meta, right? It's going to be... I mean, was floating cannon ranged? I think it is, right? It's like a little bit ranged. My inventory's a mess again. I just really want to play it. I want to see what the changes they've made result in, because it seems like from the way that they described what they were trying to do, they were really trying to like correct some of the mistakes that they had made with the way that the meta developed in this game, right? Because like I said, everybody just plays DPS. I don't know. I even have the translation of all the skills for the floating cannon class, and I just haven't gotten around to fully diving into and reading it. I was so tired when I saw it posted in the Discord chat. I just copied and pasted it into my desktop and left it there. Get used to seeing that. I mean, even with the guard rework, the guard became more of a DPS viable class. I agree there, Mayonnaise. I hope they don't mess it up too. Wait, was that quadruple attack thing that I was looking at there? Battle. Okay, that did 2 combo frenzies. Unfortunately, no. I actually can't do anything about this window. There's no X button. It is just gonna pop up every time. So if you guys don't like it, you better vote no on the on the poll. Also, hello, Sleepy Cat. Uh, 100% restart. So you're gonna need a separate launcher. It's gonna be a new server. You have to make a new character. It's not like anything that you have will carry over. In terms of learning how the game works, I don't know if it's worth it if you don't intend to stick around on this server. You might end up burning yourself out before you even get a chance to get hype on the new one. But yeah, it's gonna be a new launcher, 100% separate. Yeah, it's probably for the best to wait for the new one if that's what you were thinking you were going to stick around on. I think I'm casting a bit early here. Wait, there is this point here. Forest ambushed. When not moving, every 0.7 seconds gain main weapon crit rate plus 10. That just feels very odd for this game because you don't spend a lot of time not moving. So does that mean standing still or... Alright, well, Drandle, that's going to depend a lot on how much time you have available. So I can get on my main account to Awakening, which is level 100, in about 10 hours. Past that, it really just depends on how much time you want to spend on grinding. I typically don't grind so hard, so around level 1, doing like 15-20% a day is probably somewhere in the range of a couple hours if you're not using... No, not a couple hours. You could probably do a 20% in an hour with some targeted questing around level S1. And then the amount that you can get in an hour just drops down as you continue to level up until when I get to level 130. I usually stick to about 5% per day because I try to level up a whole bunch of characters at once, so that makes it really challenging for me to say how long it would actually take to get to endgame. Like if you wanted to just aim for cap. So this account that I'm on right now is one that I made for a live stream series that I did last year where I was just testing to see what it was like for a new player to play and whether or not it was viable for them to be able to beat... where are my village spices? What am I doing here? Whether or not it was viable for them to be able to beat Awakening without like investing a ton of like gold or having to spend a bit of money, and I was pretty happy about what I was able to confirm from that. But that character, after a year of playing maybe like 10 minutes a day on the account tops, is almost 120, level 120. With the current top maps being 130. But that's literally less than 10 minutes of play a day on that account. Typically, I run Dimensional Hall, which is the one quest that gives you a huge amount of experience. Oh no, 100% I agree. It's just that I've got two accounts and I want to focus mainly on my main account. But on my alt account, I typically will do a Dimensional Hall, which is a high level... Or there's one for all levels, basically. It's just a quest that does a lot of experience in a short amount of time. That's how I get my level going up. And then I will also run a bond dungeon with another player, which are these instances that you have to cooperate with another player on, and that have a chance to drop a really valuable trophy item, as well as LP, which is one of the in-game currencies used to help get your gear fortified and get your... Basically, it's like a slightly watered-down version of the item mall for cash. So I've basically been able to fund this entire account off of about 10 minutes a day for... Now, right now I'm at 3 characters, going to level 90, or going to level 100. Whoop. I got distracted on my other screen there for a second. What's this? There we go. Yeah, I think for the most part, once you get past Awakening is when the actual grind starts. So if you're used to playing an MMO where between, like... Or, like, between different, sections of the main story quest, you've got other, like, story quests to do. Unfortunately, not really. It does just become a bit of a grind. And that's where it kind of feels like just MMOs in general, maybe people like the idea of them more than a grind, because a lot of people say that grind is, like, bad. But it's kind of what I enjoy. I enjoy just, like, sitting back and running dungeons and flashy animations, and maybe I've got a show on the other screen. I find that fun. Well, maybe like grind. So one of the changes they made for Aura Kingdom Impact is that right now I don't have a choice but to continue with this process that I'm doing right now. I have to advance these main quests to be able to unlock the subsequent maps. In Aura Kingdom Impact, they've decided to make it so that if you're leveling up fast, you can just move on to the next map. You're not restricted to sticking where your main quest currently is, which is gonna be good. I feel like that's gonna be good. My impression is that on your first character, you'll probably end up doing the main quest because that's going to be the most efficient way to get everything while you're starting. But once you're done your first character, you'll be able to just move wherever you want. If I'm at level 50 by the end of this map, I wouldn't need to do the level 30 map, or sorry, level 35 maps that I haven't not on yet. Sorry, not 35. The next map is 45, right? There's 2 level 45 maps that I'm gonna have to do, but I'm probably gonna be level 50 by the time I'm leaving this map. So in Impact, I'll be able to just jump over onto the next map that I actually want to do. And I mean, in terms of story cohesion... Yeah, Rain, that's what it says, but that's why I want to test it, because is it like... Are you not allowed to do any attacking, or can you, like, stand in one spot and attack? I want to unlock it and see what's going on there, because that seems weird. You know, I should probably just, like, equip that. And that. Oh, I guess can't sell those. Well, yeah, but, like, if you start attacking, does it go away? That's why I want to unlock it. We need how many more levels? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12. Well, we'll see. I'm gonna have to redo my Envoy path on my main bow as well, huh? Suppose I could equip this too. You know what? I don't really like that being there. I want this there. Oh. That looked like it triggered. No, that... Oh, there's the battle thing. If not fully charged, your attacks deal lower damage 4-hit combo for 8 seconds. If fully charged, they take 30% more dark attribute skill damage for 8 seconds. So I think the nuance of bow is going to be balancing when you need to debuff the target. And the, like, balancing the different debuff and effect from the different levels of charge. That's going to be not super newbie friendly, and that's going to have a lot of nuance to trying to build a rotation here. And I am far too tired to do that right now, so I am going to continue playing like a brainless noob. Look, do you think there's any thoughts going on inside that head? It's still pretty cute. I said the word cute and Stella looked at me. I am Sleepy Cat, but not today. I have a whatchamacallit, a boost card on this account. You get 1 boost card on each account. For free. Which will start you off at level 75, I think it is. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to level up the bow from scratch, because it's the class that I've got the most experience on. And then I'm also going to start a Lancer on this account with a boost card, but probably not this week, probably next week. Yeah, Fashion Kingdom. This is a this isn't a dyeable costume, so I'm stuck with the colors. But I love the massive expanse of fashion that's been released over the years. And I think that's probably going to be one of the hardest things about going to Impact for a bit, is just not having any stat realized options. Oh, where's my coffee? Yeah, I was gonna open up my the costume archive to take a look and see what my favorite Chib costume is, but I suppose I should probably focus on my quest. These absolutely one-shot these mobs on my main account. Oof. Alright, then we're gonna have a long cutscene here, so then I can do taking a look at costumes. Alright, so if we head over to the preview section of the item wall. Oh, that one's nice. I'm not super in love with the ones that are the bathing suits on the kiddos. That was pretty nice, though. This is the one that I use on my main, on my Star Caller, on my main account. I made it white and something like do. That backwards? Did I do it that way? No, I think it was this way. Or was that tan? No, that was definitely white. I don't know. I don't remember the exact colors, but I love this costume. It's the Eris costume. It's got little nebula glow going on around it. Yeah, there's story happening behind us, but who cares? Costumes times. And this is the custom version of the one that I'm using right now. I have this on my main account too, but I don't use it. That's a cute one. Yeah, unfortunately, they're basically, when they drop them on the Paragon table, the price might come down significantly and you'll be able to find some, but as soon as they're not on the Paragon table, you can't really get them anymore. Wait a minute. Did they add more things to vouchers? I don't remember those being on vouchers, so it might be that they have increased the number of items that are being sold for vouchers before. Unfortunately, it is a little bit hard to get your hands on vouchers as well because it's one of those dummy prizes on the gambling table. I love this one. I think if I had this, I would probably use it. It's the Inaba costume with the little bunny shoes and the bunny hood. That is adorable. I think if I had it, that's the one I'd be using. Oh. And speaking of costumes that are cool, I actually I used all my weekly RC because you get free gambling tokens every week, but I used all of them hoping that I could pick up this costume because it's super cool. I might try really hard to sell some items on my main account so that I can try and buy it off of another player because it's so cool. I want it. It's so cool, right? So cool. That's brand new too, so it'll be on the trends here. When you get a brand new costume that's just been released, you get some bonus stats for a while. There's actually a couple cool Eidolons or cool dude Eidolons coming up in the next year too, so I'm excited about that, but I need to save up some gold on my main account as well so I can actually get them. Yeah, it's the world bosses don't have the shields anymore. They don't have the title box anymore. They're this super squish, take off your gear and punch 'em mode. Oh, was it world boss just now? Yeah, I see. It's they said it started at 240. It's only 3.5k! Oh my gosh, someone's selling it for 3.5k! I don't even have that! I spent everything on my manual! I'm gonna have to liquidate some of my goods on my main account tonight so that I can get that costume because it's cool as heck. You know what? I think I'm gonna put this one on E because it's an easier button to hit and it's got a shorter cooldown, so that'll be a little more comfortable. Oh, I wish I didn't even look in World Chat now that I know what kind of price to expect. I don't even know what character I'd put it on, but I know that I'd use it. Perhaps the true struggle of endgame is actually using multiple cool costumes after you've collected them. I mean, you say that, Rain, but I remember back in the day. God, I don't even know if I want to say this. I once spent 70,000 gold on one costume. So, I don't want you to tell me that costumes are inflated in price because they have absolutely come down. Like when they're on Paragon, the prices are significantly lower now than they used to be. Do not ask me what costume was 70,000. I've talked about it before. It's my eternal shame. I'm sorry. The information you requested is confidential. But, how about I put it this way? It's actually a costume they are using heavily in the promotion for the new server. Like, it is a piece of, like, it's a costume item that has shown up in a pretty decent amount of the pre-release promotional art that they've made for the Aura Kingdom Impact server. So, clearly they love it too. I am not going to say anything other than what I've said so far. But I'm talking about a body costume, so there wouldn't be ears on the body costume anyway. It's so cool. This is actually one of the ones they put in the promotion for the... Sorry, not in the promotion. This is one of the ones that was in the character selection thingy on the... for one of the classes when you select dude. for Aura Kingdom Impact. So interesting timing, but it's very cool. I love it. You know what? I think I need another coffee. I think that will help. Maybe I'll make it bigger before I stick it there. There. Maybe it's a bit odd of me to refer to specifically the promotional art because I've probably looked for, like, I've looked through so much of it that I know probably better than most people the different kinds of costumes that they've used. So if you've only seen a couple pieces of art and it's all of the same costume, you might have a misrepresented idea, but I do really like the... I really like most of the costumes they used for the promotional art, which is good because obviously they want to pick the best stuff for it, right? I just hope that means that they actually make that stuff accessible when you start, right? Like, I'm not expecting them to hand out the cool costumes free. But it'd be nice if there was at least a way to get them. What do you mean you missed them? They haven't gone anywhere. If you want to look like a Grenbot, all you gotta do is come to costume here. And scroll a bit down. Did I go too far? No, not far enough. Is it these ones? No, I think that's a different color. Maybe it was... No, it was a different color. Hold on. No, it was a futuristic garb, right? You could totally have like a custom futuristic garb. This was my jam for years. I wore this costume for years. The cash shop OG one? Stuff like, Oh shit, I've still got that on. Oh, hey, Narcas! I'm not feeling very OP right now. Yeah, there's a lot of old costumes like that that aren't available anywhere right now. You're right. I kind of wish they'd revised the voucher shop for all those old ones to be significantly cheaper because they're not selling them. The red and white shrine maiden like one. Is that one in here? I know which one you're talking about, for sure, for sure. No, it's not in here anymore. I'm pretty sure I have that on my main account, but not here? Yeah, not here. I don't exactly have a ton of selection here right now. Oh, she knows what to capture him, not kill him, my bad. Whoopsies, resorted to violence. Let's see, if I were to go back to the menu here and turn off owned and scroll down. Oh, yeah, it'll close on me. Dead men tell no tales. Alright. Lock in, lock in. This one. This is what you're thinking, I'm pretty sure. This one? Denmark mines. Right, now that I'm distracted, where do you get it for free? Because that's literally what I was thinking. Oh, right, but you can't dye that one. That's the problem with those costumes. You can't dye them and you can't roll stats on them. That's in this version though. So if you're gonna play in Impact, there's a different default costume that the streamers got once they started. And it actually looked like a one that isn't... I was about to say it looked like one that isn't in this game, but actually, the costume that the Chib characters started out in when they first started on the Impact server, it looked the same as the new costume that shows for Warbow in the character creation on this one. Unfortunately, I can't go and show that because I don't have another character slot to pull it up, but it's kind of a green thing that I'm too tired and can't remember anything else about. It's the one from the thumbnail of the video. I'm sorry, I'm just... Ugh. The thumbnail for this stream is the costume that the Chib characters, and I believe probably the lady characters, start on in Aura Kingdom Impact. I am so freaking tired. Good job, me. Yeah, because in Aura Kingdom Impact, there is no select your costume to start option. Wait. Marauder patrolling. So I think the play is you aggro them, then you freeze them in spot, and then you can do whatever you like for a little bit while they can't come and hurt you. That sounds like it would be perfect for a server where you don't have any healing skills, but I don't have healing skills right now either. AK Impact will let you play your choice of 6 classes, but at least all 6 classes can be played as all 6 body types. So the 6 classes are the new Floating Cannon, Stellar Saphir, Tachi, Duelist, Wizard, and then the Star Caller, the class that is locked to Chib on our server. And yes, that means that you can play Star Caller with a plushy weapon as the adult male body type, and it looks very silly. But yeah, you're freely able to switch between the classes, and all classes can be played on all body types. This quest was a pain even on the original. When you had the original quest count, sometimes you have to open up like 10 of those to get one mine road map. I don't know why I ran that far in. How long do you think a plus 30 level 95 weapon will last? I'm gonna start by saying, ouch, I would not have plus 30 to level 95 weapon, because one of the key stats that you're gonna need is the pen that comes with the higher level cards that you can put inside your weapons. So, if you've still got these superior ability transfer scrolls, I feel like you might be able to make it to 15, S15, but it's gonna be rough. And then use one of your transfer scrolls to make that, to not lose all that fortification work. Or you can fortify up a new weapon and use the transfer scroll to just put that fortification level on a trash high level weapon that you can throw into your holy chest. That's what I've been doing with my old gear that I've just had floating around in my inventory for years. You can tell I got an issue with stuff floating around in my inventory based on the way that I manage it, right? Oh shoot, that's not what I was supposed to do. I mean, you can do whatever you like. It's just a matter of how much it's gonna hurt in the meantime. So if you're doing that and you're also doing gold gear, well, the S10 dungeons aren't too... Are they too miserable? Well, one of the S10 dungeons is a little bit miserable. The thing that I don't like about the Swamp Forest dungeon is honestly, the snakes more than anything. Those stuns will get you, and then they can one-shot you if you're on a weaker character. Oh, after all this time, I pulled out my Eidolons and I just literally never used them. Good job, me. Let's see if I can handle bringing these guys all to the boss. Keep the boss at arm's length. These guys can't kill me, at least not quickly. Alright, well, Discord chat was right. I do find the lack of AoE very suffering. This might end up being a pass. I feel like this frost arrow thing... I don't know, because I'm actually using it quite a bit right now. But it might end up being pass over on this and instead come up here separately on these damaged nodes. And even if it doesn't freeze them, they're still under the effect of the frost arrow. Hello, Gaza. Sorry, Gwaza. I guess it's kind of hard to describe the reason why, but originally what drew me to it actually was the charging mechanic because of how much oomph was in each skill. The main problem with the bow class has basically become the fact that they've started to kind of base the game off of being able to get a lot of hits in a short period of time, whether that's all these effects that trigger multiple extra hits, or bosses that have shields that you have to hit a certain number of times to break through them. which made bow kind of not great with its slow attack speed. That being said, it really was just that I found it fun to play and my inventory is full. Dismantle? There we go. And hello, Kalma. As for whether or not bow is better now, it's a debuffer now. So I think I'm gonna have to test properly on my main account to see whether or not it's better or worse. But the debuffing capabilities seem to be quite in-depth, considering that we've got different effects based on whether or not we're charging or not charging the skills. And I am just too tired today to really dive in and see what the optimal rotation is going to be for that. So it's going to take a bit of testing to say whether or not it's like categorically better, which is honestly disappointing because I was kind of hoping that we'd just walk in here and we'd be steamrolling stuff. Maybe it's because I'm comparing it to the Stellar Severe that I was playing on this account before, but it just doesn't have the same punch that I was hoping for. I mean, it could also be that I haven't even hit the Envoy nodes that I need, right? I definitely need that one. Yeah, I think this Envoy that I'm on right now is definitely not ideal. Oh, I should update all these. Change. Oh, okay, that'll be what we want. I was gonna say holy. If we're being like pigeonholed into holy here, this isn't great. Eh. Eh? The skill is changed to require targeting a teammate for casting and will teleport to the target. What? I need a more move speed. Break defense and best defense. Alright, hold on a second here. I just want to test something here. Does that mean that if I were to use that mastery, does it have to be an actual teammate or can it be any friendly NPC? Hold on, hold on. Let me cook. Let me cook. Because technically this is a friendly NPC, so does that work? No, it has to be a teammate. What about Eidolon? It works on Eidolons. It works on Eidolons. Hey, we both got a fairy. I wonder what kind of shenanigans that could unlock. I do not vibe at the moment, though. I'm a dark bow, so I want dark skills. And my inventory's a mess, as usual. It's okay, we're almost done this map, so we're just gonna... It's not a button, we're just gonna quickly do that, then we're gonna deal with my inventory and head back to Navia. I was so hoping that it would just be categorically good, where you'd be able to say, like, without a doubt that this is game changer. It's certainly game changer. I just don't know what game we're playing now. That'll help. Probably don't need these. I don't think I need this tier of stuff. That's just the formulas for weapons. I don't really need that either, so I'll just toss that. Open up these so that I can sell them. This one we'll probably actually use, so we'll specifically take the bow. I don't think that experience from killing monsters is actually that helpful for me here. I know it's got better stats. I should probably just use it. Never mind. But that Gaia gear here, we may as well just throw that on a separate gear tab. Like that. Make some inventory space. We'll equip that one. Alright, and then we can feed our starter Eidolon a bit to get some more inventory space too. I don't want to use those ones though. I'm gonna need those small experience crystals for leveling up Eidolons. We can open these and sell them too. Yeah, see it's not really that much in the long scheme of things, but it is kind of nice just to get a couple gold off of them when they're literally not good for anything else. Yeah, that's good. That should get me through another map. Okay, so my monitors are a little bit raised up, and I've got a tablet on the table, and my puppy is staring at me through the reflection of the tablet where I cannot see her behind my monitor, but the reflection of the tablet she can see me. Hello, Stella. Oh yeah, we gotta get rid of that. Ah, she closed her eyes. And for anyone that wasn't around earlier, Stella is a beautiful little pup that I'm taking care of for the summer. So I can't do just like 12 hours straight like I used to be able to, and when I have to take her out, I'm going to throw this up on screen, and it's just going to kind of bounce around. When I told a friend that I was going to make like a fake Polaroid type thingy to put on screen for when I had to run out to get Stella, they were like immediately, you should make it bounce around like the DVD logo. And of course, somebody's made a script to do that in OBS, so I just grabbed that and threw it on there. Oh, I see No is winning for the poll now. That means I get to use a subclass, right? I'm still going to leave it up for a little bit longer. Oh, thank you very much, Drandle, and thanks for stopping by. It was awesome chatting. You know, being on this map reminds me of like the one time they did something super cool with the quests, like with the blue quest. This one here. So like on Crescent Hill, there's like a gardening quest. You get 50 LP when you complete it, but there's like a really rare chance of getting I think it's a golden carrot or something. Like you could grow a golden carrot in that quest. And if you grow the golden carrot, you can then take it over to Kakakara, the second map, or the next map after that, and you can cook it in a different quest where you're just making random other food items. And if you do that, you then have a cooked golden carrot, which you can bring to this map. And I'm just going to run back up there because I'm talking about it. Up, up, up. Oh, the wolf isn't on this channel. And there's a wolf that can be ill that you could give the carrot to. Like after you've treated the wolf with all the drugs, you could then give the wolf the carrot, and I believe it gave you a chance at getting the wolf as a mount. Did they actually remove that, or is it just this channel doesn't happen to have the wolf spawned? I wish they did more stuff like that. One of these days I might actually just lock in and try to get the carrot again. Another thing I should do one of these days is actually do the eavesdropping on this account. And I ran the wrong way. That actually reminds me of another thing that I saw inside one of the live streams for the for Organ Impact was the when you clicked on the NPC and your auto path thing, it would actually just teleport you straight to them. Except that was only on their level 50 character. That didn't work on the lower level characters that the streamers started on. So I wonder what level that kicks in, or if there's like some kind of criteria to start using it, or... Oh man, if it was a premium item, that would kind of suck. Hmm. Would you call it pay to win if there was an item that you could buy that would allow you to maybe even just temporarily, very quickly teleport around every single quest? I'm not saying that's what it is, because I don't think offhand that it is a paid item. Oh wow, when I turned in that toucan, it counted as killing it. Man, I wish I had the chance to play on the server. I just have so many questions. I'm here, so I should take him out, right? You know, with the I said I wasn't going to worry too much about trying to come up with a good rotation, but with this node, it's probably best not to even bother with anything before Frost Arrow, right? Just hit him with the Frost Arrow and call it a day. Hello, Ada. It's hard to say right now whether or not, like, what the longevity of impact is going to be, but I do think that when it comes to starting out, if you have the option to be on the server that's had 10 years of people playing it, so you're not going to find a lot of people around the early areas, or the one that's everybody's going to be starting at 0 with the same stuff, I feel like you might feel more at home learning about the new game with those people. You know what? I'll go ahead and close the poll now, and not just because my choice is winning. Uh, and I think overnight I will start another poll on my community tab for people to vote on. But we were all here to see that when we were live, everyone said that I could choose a sub. For the time being, I'll stick around. For today, I'll stick with no sub. Wonder if they changed the animation for burst of speed. got enough gold to test it. So Impact should come out on July 1st or 2nd, depending where in the world you are. So you've only got less than half a month. Oh, well, thank you for stopping by. Oh. Yeah, about 2 weeks. A little less than 2 weeks. Ugh. The more I say it, the more somebody might get the idea to do it. But I really hope I don't lose my main name. I love the name Midday. It means a lot to me. I have a backup plan, but don't make me use it. Wait. It's true everybody's got a name that they want, but not everyone has a name that other people might know that they want. My internet's not the best in the world, so hopefully they've got like a pre-install period so that I could be ready to go as soon as the servers go live. They gotta have a pre-install period. That's like standard these days. Mm. Wow. See, if I was smart, I would have talked to people that were playing their other new games since release to see whether or not, but I mean they did for this server. They did have the installer ready to go before the game release, so I was able to log in immediately once the servers were open. Well, let's just say my I don't want to say how old I am because I'm old, but I'm a dispatcher actually. I work as a dispatcher. Primarily handling the transport of temperature-sensitive food between large warehouses and occasionally, well, no, I guess we do a pretty good amount of deliveries to stores as well. But like big stores. Yeah. Every once in a while I'll say something like back in high school and give a range of date for it, and then it's like, oh gee, now they know I'm a geezer. Oh, probably for nostalgia's sake. I mean, it is an old game. Um, if you're asking whether or not I was alive for the Y2K, yes. If you're asking if I was old enough to, like, clearly remember what was going on during Y2K, yes. And thank you, Ada. Maybe we'll catch you again tomorrow, because I'm probably going to be streaming again tomorrow. Because I don't think I'm finishing this awakening today. Rather, I'm positive I'm not finishing this awakening today. Yeah, I remember where I was in the when the year 2000 started. There was a being vague, there was an event at the sports arena in the place where I was living. There was just a party. Stay up till midnight and make sure the planes don't fall into the sky, you know? Although, frankly, we didn't even have a we had a computer. We didn't have internet in the year 2000. Or if we did have internet in the year 2000, we weren't allowed to use... No, we definitely didn't have internet, because we got internet... We got dial-up a little later than that. And that was the, get off the internet, I'm using the phone, you know? I remember one of my friends had, 2 phone lines so that they could use the phone at the same time as the internet, and that was like, whoa, modern technology. And I could send you down a complete misunderstanding by saying that the first console we had at my family house was a ColecoVision. It was old when we had it, but it was our first console. I'm actually not entirely sure how you're supposed to pronounce it, because we actually just called it the ColecoVision at home, but I don't think that's the right pronunciation. Oh yeah, I had a black and white Game Boy as well. I would say that I was big into Tetris, but I don't know that I really understood Tetris beyond the lines vanish when you make a line, so I didn't understand anything about like how the scoring worked. I just had fun with the music and stuff. Like music and making the lines vanish. I didn't get competitive or try to get a high score or anything. Nowadays you see like the all these people talking about like the perfect games and the kill screens and what you got to do to be able to like get super high and like especially NES Tetris and whatnot, like the competitive scene of Tetris, and it's like, dang, I just like the music and the lines vanishing. It's actually really interesting to see people go so into detail about the way that the games work. Like picking them apart to go places that the developers probably never imagined. I love seeing people get that far into games, even though I know that I could never do it. Like, I'm here taking like 20 seconds to realize why my frost arrow isn't even freezing things. Oh, hello, Pedantic. No need to miss that day. You can experience the opening day of Aura Kingdom Impact. And now I'm starting to sound like I'm sponsored, but I'm not. X-Legend, the offer is still open for the low, low price of one full tier key. I will live stream on your new server for you. That actually sounds like I'm getting more out of it than they are. Oh. Mm. I'm trying to decide what kind of target I should put on how far I want to get today so that we can definitely hit Awakening tomorrow. Like, do I say 6 hours because that's when my grace is going to end? Or do I say that I want to get to like a certain map or something? I don't know why I'm not on my map. Why am I in combat? I must have aggroed something that's attacking an NPC. Yeah, we don't really need the crit rate nodes. Especially if you take Forest Ambush. The crit rate nodes are a trap. You don't usually need crit rate on classes. But if I want to get to this Radiant Darkness Outburst, I'll have to go through the guitar subclass weapon, or the subclass combo skill. So I actually can't do that if I'm going subless. Oh, this is a little bit suffering. I mean, this is fine though, because this has become one of my dark skills, right? So I'm fine to take that. I probably want all of the crit damage nodes, and I probably want to grab this other node here. There's no other, like, specialty nodes on this side. Yeah, I'm gonna have to tweak around with the Envoy path sim once it's updated to the new skills and stuff, because I like this one. I suspect Forest Ambush is gonna be a wash. But I don't see how to get to this one efficiently without wasting node points. And actually, I mean, if you're not one-shotting bosses, these Frost Arrow Mastery nodes might be helpful for the Piercing Ice Dust, so that's not even necessarily a bad idea to take those. Where's the plants I'm looking for? Getting distracted by staring at my Envoy. I guess I'm just a little bit sad because the Meteoric Arrow is my favorite skill when I'm playing Guard Sub on my main class. It's literally my favorite skill. I've got it set as the icon for my guild. But this is kind of a waste. Like, even more so than it is on my current account. Sorry, even more. These nodes here are a bit more of a waste than they were before the rework, so I don't know how that's gonna work. I kind of wish that they had given us the 1G reset event for this so that I could actually like figure out how to do my Envoy node. I kind of don't like this either. I don't think this is going to be necessary in the long term. So the play might be to you run out to the outside edge from here. I don't know, you can't see my mouse. I should probably make it visible if I'm going to keep pointing at things with it. So if we swap these two for these two and run around the outside here to grab the move speed node. Oh, hello, Yuri! I'm glad you liked it. Do you recognize where it's from? Are you familiar with the game that it came from? Or were you asking which game it was? So the background music that I used for the video that I published last night, that was from Age of Empires 2. I think when I put the disc for Age of Empires 2 into a new computer that was a little bit too modern for it, like I'm talking the original game disc for it, like it just loaded up in my my music player as an MP3. So I just downloaded it to my computer and it's been kicking around on my hard drive since then. But that's Age of Empires 2 was one of the first computer games that I actually like really played a lot. Like, what a fun game. And I'm not using my ice arrow strat anymore. Why am I doing this? I think the other, like, first computer game that I had, like the other... And I didn't play Age of Mythology. The only two, like, computer games that we had that weren't, like, learning games... I've mentioned it before, but another one that we played in our household that was very much like a an education video game was Gizmos and Gadgets. That was a big one when we were younger. In our household anyway. I'm pretty confident that literally nobody outside of my household has ever heard of Gizmos and Gadgets. But we had that, we had Diablo 2, and we had Age of Empires 2. The music was just the soundtrack from like the background music that played in game. So I don't know if there's an actual name of the song because, like I said, I just got it when one day I put the disc in my computer and it just loaded the MP3 into my hard drive. So it literally just comes up called game music. Age of Empires 2 is the game it's from. Here, I'll type it in chat. Music from that video. I don't know if there's a name of the song. I don't even know who wrote it. I should probably look that up. Yeah, I don't know what the name of the song is. But it doesn't get copyright claimed, and I like the sound of it, so whenever I'm doing like a long video, I throw it in there. The music in Japanese in the recent pub of the game. Oh, I'm sorry, pub, you mean the ad for Aura Kingdom Impact. I'm sorry, I thought you meant the video that I published. That was a misunderstanding on my part. This is gonna sound bad, but I've got an ad blocker on, so I've literally never heard it I would ask if you could put a link in there, but actually I don't allow links in the chat just because it can get kind of hard for me to moderate at the same time as I'm playing. But you're not the only person that said that. I've heard that there's a lot of, like, there's a couple people that have said that they want to know the name of the song. So if something like Shazam doesn't work, I don't know. Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about the video that I published earlier, but you meant the advertisement for Aura Kingdom Impact. Since so many people keep saying this song is so good, maybe I need to like turn off my ad block for a while and click around on my own videos, because it seems like my videos are getting the ads for Aura Kingdom Impact. Which I guess kind of means that I'm getting a couple pennies from X Legend, which kind of means that it's like I'm getting paid by them. No, not in the slightest. I am not getting paid by X Legend. But I could be. If you are X Legend, feel free to reach out. I can dream, right? Yeah, if it's that good, maybe I'll have to try and trace it down. I mean, I would be surprised if they like actually made like had a song made for it, but maybe they did. Official Aura Kingdom Impact EP, where is it? But yeah, I'll check it out later. I think if I say after the stream, I might be setting myself up for a bit of a failure here. But I'll check it out later and see if I can find anything based on like the lyrics or something. Like sometimes when you've got a song in Japanese that you need to know the name of, just Googling the lyrics is enough to find it. It is silly how hard it is because I had actually started trying to flag as many ads for Aura Kingdom Impact as I could because I was hoping to try to find like any secret information that might be hiding in them. And I only found 5, and I know there's more than that. Because they put them all as like unlisted videos. Like, come on, I want to see your ads. Please let me see them. But yeah, one of my friends was DMing me this morning that they were getting ads for Aura Kingdom Impact on my videos, so maybe if I go in like an incognito window, turn off my ad block, and just start watching my own videos, I might be able to find them. What you doing there, Stella? What you got there? What do you have there? Hold on a second. Sorry, as any pet owner knows, when you see a pet gnawing on something that looks a bit odd, it's always worth going and looking. It was a piece of broccoli I gave her earlier because she really wanted some of my broccoli. And she still hasn't actually eaten it, she's just playing with it. Now, if I remember correctly, you don't actually have to do anything here. Oh, since I gave her trouble about the broccoli, she ran away. They reload, then you hit them with the... You know, I was kind of thinking they might at least give you experience if you kill them, but not really, so I'm just gonna rest my hands for a bit. And apologize to Stella! If the song is that good, there's a 0% chance that there's no full version of it available somewhere, so... Like I said, after I finish for today, maybe not tonight, but I will make a point out of trying to find it for you. You know what I need right now? I think I need another coffee. There we go. Like, you're literally not the only person I've seen talking about this song, so, like, how good of a song is this? If I can use my little bit of Japanese knowledge to try and help find this song, perhaps it would be a contribution to the community. Oh yeah, my cheese, my cheese, my cheese, my cheese. I made it. I cut up some cheddar as a streaming snack and I completely forgot about it over there. Oh shoot, they didn't even start the scene because I hadn't moved. Oh well. Stella's back. Stella! Stella! Yeah. Another thing about Stella, gorgeous little puppy she is when she wants a pat, she will always stop just the slightest bit out of reach. Just the slightest bit out of reach, so you can't just pat her from where you are. You have to close the final gap. The other thing about Stella, and I just want to share Stella facts because I love her, is when she was really little, I would boop her on the nose and then give her a pat because I love her and booping her on the nose is one of the joys of my life. So she learned that touching somebody's nose is a sign of love. So if you're just kind of laying down and she's nearby, she'll come up to you and very, very gently pat you on the nose with her paw, and it's the most wonderful thing in the world. I just like, no. No way. Alright, guys. The axe shoots arrows now. Did I bug it? Is it not starting now because I goofed it? Oh no. You gonna start then? Yeah, now it's gonna start. At least I didn't have to redo the first section, but man, that's buggy. It's probably my fault for running out there, but it's their fault for letting me. Ah, she smells the cheese. That's what she's after now. Okay, you can have a bit of cheese. But the rest is mine. I said the rest is mine. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. You know what? We're gonna do this my way. I suppose my way is actually kind of slow here, but at least we can hurry it up by attacking them at the same time. I think that's the first time I've ever seen one of the fortifications fail. Have I borked it by misaligning it or something? Cool. Though they can just attack, and then we'll run back over here. There. Yeah, I think I've borked it in terms of the waves, but as long as it lets me finish the quest, I'm not too worried. Okay, the left is done, so that's fine. Okay, right's done, all that's left is the middle. I didn't count how many waves that was, though. Kind of got confusing because I think they overlapped. Oh, don't look at me like that. There's no more cheese. Don't look at me like that. That is not the way you're supposed to beat that, but that is the way that I beat it. Okay, there is one more piece of cheese. You may have half of their last piece of cheese, but there is no more cheese. Empty bowl, there's no cheese. I'm just here having a completely different story going on behind the screen with the Missy staring at me as if I'm hiding more cheese. Sorry about that. This is the longest cutscene in the game, though. My hands are empty. There's no more cheese. Boop. Probably gonna have to take another Stella break in like half an hour or so. But she might be staring at me with puppy eyes about cheese for the entire time. Some Reddit guy was searching for it too, huh? Yeah, that's the thing, is that there's so many people that are looking for it. Must be a really good song. And I'm a sucker for a good song. Alright, and with that, we are finally through the ridiculous cutscene. Oh, there's a traveling merchant here. We can check to see whether or not... Oh, they don't sell the buff items. I thought they might sell the buff items. That's my mistake. I was hoping to... I was gonna grab one of the, burst of speed items. That wrong way. Kind of lagging out a bit here, and that seems suspicious. I don't see a reason why I should be. My cooldowns are way... Oh, shoot. I was thinking, geez, why is everything dying so slowly? Heckin' gear sets. I switched them over when I was trying to clear out my inventory and didn't switch back. Great job. You know, I thought my HP was oddly low. That's better. My speed is still super low. So the issue with this advanced aura set, even though it levels up with you and basically keeps your defense at a passable level while you're leveling up, it's unfortunately got no speed anywhere on it. I mean, you can see that I've got a bunch of missing gear. But even then, I don't think I'd make up that deficit, and I'm stacking crit because I'm more worried about that than speed once I've got my endgame gear. Hello, Durstblade. Unfortunately, it's hard to say what the situation is gonna be for Aura Kingdom Impact. But based on the live streams that I saw, the Thai players that they gave early access to the game server, a lot of the items that you need for like progression, like in terms of fortifying your equipment and gathering up Eidolons, are still available in the in-game LP store, which is an in-game farmable currency. It's not a paid currency. This one here. So this isn't Our Kingdom Impact, but at the very least, they still had costumes, they still had fortification items, and it looks like they will probably still have gambling table tokens so that you can gamble on the new item tables. If not fully charged, using the skill without charging within the next 5 seconds will not trigger a cooldown? Huh, so it doesn't. What's the benefit of mass spamming this skill? Oh, you found it? What's the name of the song? Well, what's it called? Now I have to look it up. Waiting patiently for you to say what the name of the song is. Wait, is it literally that's the name of the song or the name of the advertisement? Hold on. Copying and I'm pasting into a new window. When I search that, the only thing that comes up is all my videos. I guess if you have the Discord, you could post the link in there because it's an advertisement for the game. It's a Discord for, and I don't think they'd be against that. But unfortunately, I can't allow links inside my chat here. Oh, well. With the name, I'll try to find it. Oh, we have another envoy path point. Alright, so I don't really want the 1% crit rate. I think that'll help more. And then next we'll be able to finally see if this forced ambush works with actually using skills, even if you're not moving, or if you have to actually just be idle. Wait, hold on a second here. Used without charging, you can basically just infinitely reuse it. Because there's no cooldown on your ability to reuse the skill. Wait, what's the point of this? Okay, not infinitely. Because at some point it does just stop working. I mean, I guess if you're playing physical on this class, that would work. Precise and Sapphire for physical. Aurora and the Holy Blood Arrow for that. Man, I can't wait to unlock Mastery. I've got to see what's going on. You know what? You know what? You know what? I'm not feeling very patient. So I'm gonna go make a mistake. Okay. So, I've got a 50,000 Dragon Point token voucher thing. And I've got some experience books. So we use that. And then we're going to come in here and go to our special rewards and grab 2 superior monster books because I don't have any patience left. I really want to see what the skills are. But I think I'm still at the point where I'll get 2 levels per book, so hold on. Eat up some of these. Okay. We'll use that. Yeah. Okay. Now we are much closer to unlocking Weapon Mastery. I don't think this is enough experience books to be able to get it, but we'll try. Yeah, not enough. But that cut some time out of it. Actually, can we get some of these? There we go. Weapon Mastery, thank you. That's what I've been waiting for, and we'll do that. This stacks pretty quickly. And vanishes when you walk. That's going to be annoying up there in the bar. Obviously, first we're going to do move speed. And what is our new skill? Take 15% more physical attribute damage. A fully charged deal double combo for 3 seconds. That wasn't the right skill. I have to mess around here a little bit. See what's going on. Oh, I've got another point. Now we'll take more crit damage to start. Wow, okay, that was flashy. What's the range on that? That doesn't appear to have very much. No, no, it's got a proper range. Missed, though. If not fully charged, take 15% more physical skill damage for 10 seconds. If fully charged, deal double combo for 3 seconds. Is that kind of like a mini Otohime or something? For 3 seconds? 2 additional hits? I'm gonna have to test this on my main account because I feel like I can't really sink in properly here. Let's go ahead and just immediately try this one as well. Right. If not fully charged, inflict stun status, cannot move or attack for 1.5 seconds. Fully charged, additionally cast skills Radiant Entwine and Dark Chant. So it just does. It probably does something fancy animation-wise if it doesn't kill them in one shot. Alright, we'll have to take a look at what goes on when that happens. Radiant Darkness Cycle. Well, it looks cool. I'm definitely gonna have to take some accuracy, though, after I finish my move speed. Alright, I'm just gonna wait and see if this is again a one-shot. Take 16% more all attribute skill damage. That's a good debuff. Like, is it just me, or is that actually really good? At least I think I like it more than, I don't know. This is more of a defensive track as well. I don't know if I'm vibing with that. Ah! Enhanced precise shot when not charged, gain 8% super turmoil. Main skills level minus 10 for 4 seconds? That's gotta be a mistake. Hex shot deals continuous damage around the target and inflicts accuracy minus 5%, and it deals damage to targets within 2 meters. Okay, so this is where you're gonna have to go if you want any AoE at all. And I do like this debuff. But it's really not much AoE, huh? That was the wrong target. And while I was waiting for that to reset, I just killed him with auto attacks. Oh, I'm so good at this game. Maybe I needed to use slightly more upbeat music to chase off the sleepiness. Alright, this is where we're gonna actually start trying to do a little bit of something with this setup we've got. Sorry, minus 10 levels to my skills or to the target skills? Because if it's to the target skills, that's a little different. Am I debuffing myself? Okay, obviously that makes more sense. The only skill I know of in the game right now that debuffs yourself after using it is the Guardian's discard shield, right? And that felt kind of nice with you freeze them, you debuff them, then you hit them with the precise shot. I mean, I guess the attribute skill damage probably doesn't include physical. I mean, I have to assume that the bosses technically have a skill level on their skills as well, right? But I can't imagine it makes that much of a difference. Like if I hit you with the... That wasn't the right skill. Like if I hit the bosses with that, will I then see that the amount of damage their skills do drop or something? I don't think so. Ooh, I'm not alive for much longer if I don't do something. That's the... Oh, the healing works. In the pre-release, whatever used to be the corrosive shot said that it gained the effect of minus 10,000% defense. That would have been really cool. To be able to stack that 6 times. But it does appear that that was a complete misunderstanding. Yeah, that's combo. Oh, sorry, I've literally not been looking at my forest ambush. So if I'm staying on the same spot but using skills, the question is, does that still allow it to charge? Is it even necessary? I feel like it's too much crit damage. Or crit rate. It's pretty silly watching that count up like that, right? I can't help it. My speed being so low is going to just be suffering until I hit level 95. I still feel like I could probably just stack HP though. Hmm. Okay, my inventory is probably a mess again, yeah. Well, we'll start off this time by locking some things. Probably want to lock that. That doesn't matter. I wanted to equip that. Yeah, that one's got some speed, so that's fine. Then we'll just disassemble everything else. I could probably keep one of those capes. Or I could use these. What are these? Ooh, I'm one short. Is there a Nazarene cape in here that I could get my hands on? Yeah, sure, why not? It's got a little bit of speed on its full set. Yeah, it's a little bit more speed. It's not like I broke the bank to get it, so that'll be fine for now. Alright, inventory cleaned up, and then we'll move along. Actually, now's probably a good time to take the miss for another quick run around the block. Don't need that anymore. Don't need those. Don't need those. That we can open and sell. I probably should keep those because I'm going to need them for my Eidolons. Don't really need the low-level potions. We could probably spawn those later. Really don't need all these. Nor those. Don't need that. That should be good. Alright, I am going to take the Miss Stella out for a little walk like I said I wanted to. Just around the block. It's not going to take very long. Oh, no, Kiko just in time for me to say that I'm taking the pup for a walk. So 5-10 minutes tops, but the little misses needs come before the live stream. So behold the It's Stella Time graphic, and I'll be back in a bit. 10 minutes tops. And we're back. Hello, Vandriel. Stopping in while I was gone, taking the pup out for a little walk. You know, I wish I could say that I was really enjoying it. I'm still in this stage of not quite following what they're doing with it. So, it's definitely a debuffing class now. That's especially now that I've unlocked the mastery. I kind of rushed the last little bit there using a little bit of a sneaky method, but yeah, debuffer. And there's a lot going on in the skills because they have like pretty different effects whether or not they're charged or not. So right now what I'm experimenting with is basically just you freeze them, and then there's an Envoy node that increases. Yeah, I suppose so, but it's just a little bit more, like, it's not as many stacking. Like, the pre-source buff, there was a lot of, like, stacking and stuff, right? I honestly can't even remember what all of the debuffs are right now, so it's going to take a bit of experimentation to see how it should be going. Like, what kind of rotation works, but for the time being, I'm starting with freezing them, freezing the target, then throwing stuff. Oh, Stella's still floating, you're totally right. I just let her float around the entire time. It's always Stella time. My bad, thanks. And into the marsh we go. I'm just gonna stop off by the bank and deposit some of this stuff. This is a lot of stuff to just be meandering about with. And while we're here... Where's the general store? There we go. Let's see. Different animation or effect? Nope. Same animation and a glow effect on the character, but 5% accuracy? Hey, look, we've got 5% accuracy. Oh my, I might want to keep that for my my nunchuck on main account. I have not checked out the lens yet. I did just kind of wake up, goof around a bit, and get started here with my on my alt account here. I literally didn't even look at the Warbow skills on my main account, which might have been smart to know what I was getting into, but hindsight's 2020. As for the lance, I'm thinking not this weekend, but next weekend I will use one of my free boost cards on this account and try to run the lance up to awakening from there. See how that goes. Okay, so this ice skill. My Envoy node effect probably works regardless of whether or not I fully or partially charge it. And damage taken plus 15 is pretty good. I think Awakening is going to be really elucidating, I should say. So after I finish the stream for today, I'll probably try to put together some kind of idea of a rotation on my main account. And bring that information back to this account, as well as try to do something with this Envoy path. I'm just not sure what to do. It's kind of like you got twice as many skills. That's basically where I'm at right now, is that basically it feels like you've got twice as many skills because you have to choose between the hold or the tap effect for everything except Zephyr Blessing. Well, that's actually just straight up healing. It's not even a I didn't realize it was actually a healing skill. I thought it was just a buff. Reading comprehension, clearly lacking, but in my defense, I've only got about 4 hours of sleep again. Oh. Okay, we are at... we're not making it to Awakening today. That's 100% guaranteed because I have Miss Stella. And I did just take her for a short run around the block just to get her out and about. But more importantly, you know, other times when I was doing like the super long marathon streams, I would have like a snack on my desk that I'd be working my way through over the day so I don't get famished, but I actually didn't really prepare anything, so when I stepped to take her out, I just grabbed one piece of raw broccoli and just chopped down on that. A little bit of something, but I didn't prepare the same way that I normally do, so obviously Stella has to go out, so we're not going to be sitting down for 12 hours straight and going. But I also don't really want to exceed too long today either, because I still have to like do some adult living things. It's almost property tax time, so I have to get my property tax ready to pay as well. Take care of that this week so I don't have to worry about it next week. Hello, Steelo! Not a chance. There is 0% chance that I am doing Awakening in 12 hours today. Even if I just kept going straight. There's no way. So, as I was saying earlier to Vanriel, I'm thinking today and tomorrow are gonna be scrub account. Or sorry, are gonna be the bow here. And then next weekend I'm gonna be noodling around with the Lancer. To be fair, it's not the IRS. Because I'm not in the US. It's the CRA. But you still don't mess with the CRA, right? Are these guys not giving me any weapon mastery experience? Oh no, because they're too low level. Am I wrong? Or are they actually just giving me a very little bit? Ah, just a little bit. Hmm. Hmm. I'm not sure what Joker meme you're talking about. As for... Oh, the IRS thing. As for the changes to Ranger, I'm not sure yet, which is kind of sad because I was hoping that it would be just a very obvious, wow, this is amazing, I love it. So, one of the things that we Rangers loved the most beforehand was the dimensional shot, which had a huge AoE on the ground when you use it that would basically tick down the majority of your damage while you were adding on a couple debuffs or something. That's gone. And it seems like for the most part, the bow skills are all no AoE now. So, as an example, previously, if I targeted that guy, charge up my ice arrow, and fire through the close guy, both of them would have been hit. Now it doesn't have a path along the way that the arrow is traveling. Neither did that one. Does this one? No, but I did see that this one left a spot. Okay, so this one leaves a spot on the ground that damages things, but it's not great. Yeah, no Arrow of Light, but you've got Aurora Arrow. Whether or not that's going to be a one-shot depends on, obviously, your build. And the other thing we've got is under Masteries, you can choose whether or not your Blood Arrow is a light element or dark element. And I'm more of a dark element person, too. Yeah, I don't know that I'm going to change to physical either. Yeah, we're gonna hit them with a frost arrow and then try and debuff them more, but I think my frost arrow is doing okay. You know what? I'm just gonna be an ice bow now. Yeah, I think I'll definitely have to play on my main account to really be able to feel whether or not this debuffing capability makes up for, like, the single target damage makes up for the loss of, like, basically all of the AoE. Mm. Other bow got deleted with the +20 holy bow. Oh no. You mean you had a bow character, you deleted it and forgot to unequip all the gear? Oof. Oh, that's gotta suck. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that happened. I've done it too. I lost fishing gear. Did you decide to delete it so that you could make one of them as like a chip? Like a kiddo? Or it was a while back. Ah, yeah, that's rough. Oh, hey, Lousy. As far as the Lancer goes, I did kind of want to run Lancer on a, what do you call it? The, ooh, my brain is absolutely failing here today. Boost card, right? Because you get the boost cards for free with your, support cubes. Oh no. I wonder if support would help with that kind of thing, where if you delete a character but had some stuff on it that you really, really wanted back. I know that in the area times, the characters weren't actually completely gone until I believe they said they would do it for a month. And yes, Kenshimo is the Reaper's element is dark. So back in the area times, they said that basically they could recover your character for a month because after that they would be flushed out of the system. That would free up the name and whatnot. And usually it was actually like a month plus to the next maintenance or something. So, um, I don't know what you mean by forgotten about coffee. I cleared off my desk and I've been adding them back on throughout the course of the day here. But the truth is, as I didn't prepare enough coffee for me to actually drink in real life. I am actually almost done my my iced coffee here, and then there's gonna be none left. When I finish for the day today, I'm thinking first up I'm gonna take the Missy for a nice walk, like a nice long one, because she's been behaving so nicely today. Besides stealing all my cheese, and then I'll probably make a coffee. What else would I do? Go to sleep? Yeah, you can play sub bard on anything you like. I mean, sub bard works because it's not only heals but it buffs. It just basically works with everything. But yeah, the other option for subclass is Shuriken for the debuffing capabilities. Oh yeah, totally. That's a you are inside the bat's mind, and what's her face is telling you to jump into the flames. Definitely a spot that warranted the cutscene, at least. Because originally, when the game first came out, there was the cutscene there, and you kind of just fly into the fire, and the screen goes dark. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna go over and check something. I think I'm gonna decide now about what our target for the day is gonna be. That way, because I'm actually extremely exhausted. Like I said, only had about 4 hours of sleep. But I do want to set us up to actually still be able to succeed tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow I will get a solid sleep. I'm gonna sleep for a solid 8 hours tonight, for sure. I don't think it'll be up to me how long I sleep tonight. I think I'm just gonna zonk out. But let's see, how long... Or what point would you call the midpoint in the last awakening rush that I did? That would have been on Stellar Saphir, actually. Where's that? Live. Stellar Sphere, Stellar Sphere, Stellar Sphere. Wait, was it Stellar Sphere? Yeah, where's Stellar Sphere? Oh no, it was Grenadier. Alright, so at 10 hours and 48 minutes, I started the boss fight. So, Emerald Marsh was about... Rainmist Reach, sorry, was about the midpoint. Okay, so we're going to aim to finish the 3 level 50 maps today. Because that's about the midpoint. Alright, where'd I hide my chat now? You know, if I put it... Sorry, I'm just getting back to the chat now here. I won't be sleeping if you're drinking that much coffee. Just for that. There we go. Oh, I've got so much stuff that I have to do after I finish today. Gotta lock in. I am like significantly behind where I was with my other accounts though. Like if looking time-wise on my Gren, I was already well into the level 50 maps at this time. Oh. And if I take another break, it's probably going to be to make a espresso instead of just an iced coffee. Well, if you're looking for something like just standard, then I like cold brew best for iced coffee. Espresso is good because once you water it down with ice to freeze to bring down the temperature, it still has the punch. Regular coffee, if you just let it cool in the fridge, I mean it's fine, but cold brew just has a little certain something about it that I think is a little bit nicer, where you just let it kind of steep overnight in the fridge. And if none of those are an option and you want something really, like, different, it's a bit on the sweet side, so it might not be what you're looking for. But if you take instant coffee and mix it with equal parts sugar and water, so like 2 tablespoons instant coffee, 2 tablespoons sugar, and 2 tablespoons water, and then you whip it, it turns into this like really, really stable foam that makes a super interesting textured, like almost iced cappuccino because of how thick the foam is. You have to serve it with milk, though, because it's super strong. Honestly, I might make that after. You can look it up. You can look up a proper recipe. You can just search for whipped coffee or Dalgona coffee. It apparently got super popular during like COVID times, but I only heard about it recently myself. Oh, you think that I'm not tired enough that I could sleep through 3 shots of espresso? Oh boy, you have no idea how exhausted I am. Yeah, welcome back, Osama. And I kind of just been ignoring it. But what's with the name? Where's my coffee? Alright, now all I have left is my water bottle full of just regular water. Like a normal person staying hydrated. Water. And I spilled the water when I poured it into my cup. No, Stella, don't come on the desk. We're fine. We're fine. Stay there. Yeah, it's just water. That's a thing. There we are. Gotta lock in though, because I've still got 3 more maps to finish before I'm allowed to call it for the day, right? My cute little Navia Noble Cuisine ran out, so we'll pop another one of those. No, I'm not actually working tomorrow. And it's not that I never stream for a really long time. Like for long periods of time, it's just I usually don't when I've got work next day because obviously sleep is important to me too. And of course I had to get out my workout in before we started today. But yeah, I took this week off. Not the entire week, but I took the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off of work this week because they had the Genshin patch on Tuesday, so that was really exciting and I had a lot of fun with that. And I actually took the time off before I knew that we were getting the bow rework, but it just felt so perfect. Anyway, where are those turtles at? And I still don't really know where to go. I guess I could still take this one. I'm just really not sure where to go with any remaining points, right? We've got a couple more points to put out here. Oh, don't spoil me on the skirt quest. I've only done the Archon quest, so don't spoil me on that one. How many times have I done the main quest? Well, on my main account, I mean, at least 25 times on my main account. And this is technically the second time on this account only, even though I've got 2 awakened characters, because one of them I used a boost card on. So I guess it's a little bit cheap that I was able to get 3 boost cards for free on this account, because that's not an opportunity that new players are going to have anymore. You're so right, Vanriel. They should give me access to the pre-beta server for Aura Kingdom Impact. That's what they should do, right? I played Aura Kingdom Quest the most time, so I get to play it one more time first. And then I got 3 characters at cap level, probably like 3 more characters at the S30 maps, and I think probably 4 more characters that are currently on the S25 maps. And, you know, as you go down, you get more and more spread between the different levels. Wait. Oh shoot, I forgot to refill her water bowl. 1 second, while I'm autopathing here, I'm just gonna go give Stella some more water, because I remembered seeing that hers was getting a little bit low. Stella, you got some water. Ah. 15 characters on to S level 1. I don't know, I guess it's just, I find it relaxing. I'll check my email after we finish. Maybe someone from X Legend stopped by. Unlikely. You know, I used to play video games like 99% for the story, 1% for enjoying the actual gameplay, and then very little consideration for like the graphics and stuff. But nowadays, I very much enjoy the dress-up part of Aura Kingdom. I very much enjoy the grind, honestly, just running through dungeons and taking stuff out. And I don't worry too much about the story anymore. This background music is from Genshin Impact. You're right, the Genshin definitely hits the spot for me because of like the relaxing, just going around the map, finding stuff. Just chill vibes. Shoot, let me go back to that was on shuffle. This particular track that just ended and I put on again is called Serenade of Calais, and it's from the Genshin Impact soundtrack for the desert region. The CD itself is called the Unfathomable Sand Dunes. And just the entire Genshin soundtrack is quite excellent in my opinion. It's very much the kind of music that I listen to in the background just doing anything else, even if it's not gaming. Like, I usually put it on when I'm writing too. Then again, I have a problem where if there's vocals in a song, I can't help but sing along. So if I'm trying to focus on something, I have to listen to music that doesn't have vocals. Because of course, every time I sing, I lose a subscriber. Yep. Yeah, just in general, I just have a huge collection of bread idol midday. Is that what the bread icons are for? Yeah, I just got a huge selection of video game music that I love. And once I've vetted it to make sure that it's not going to be like copyright claimed in my videos and stuff, I start trying to like incorporate more stuff in. I think they actually, I've just got this playlist that's about 12 hours long that I put on shuffle when I'm going into a thing, and I'm trying to replace some of the Genshin stuff with stuff from other games that I know is okay to play in the background. But I think we actually hit all of those tracks earlier in the day randomly, even though it's on shuffle. I keep getting caught up in this little water pool there. You know, I love singing, but I know that I'm not, like, good at it. I could never be idle. Yeah, the Persona ones should be okay. I just haven't gone through to picked out a couple tracks to slide in here. Should I add one right now since we're talking about it? Persona. Oh, the risk of Persona ones is that a bunch of my favorite tracks are the ones that have lyrics, so I can't put those in. Like especially like the Persona 5 soundtrack. Yeah, now's not really the right time to be goofing around with that. I'm supposed to be locked in on the questing. Like, look at this beautiful questing gameplay footage. Can't even tell what's happening. Okay, the number one... Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. The number one most played song in my playlist, like in my library here, because, I don't know, come at me, I use iTunes. Mostly because I like the way that I can sort my music out in iTunes. But I just made a playlist that loaded up the things that I listen to literally the most that all have lyrics. The song I've listened to more than any other is a Eurobeat song from Initial D called Stop to Give Up. I don't know why, I just love that song so much. Something about Eurobeat, you know? You just put it on in the background and, like, lock in on what you're doing. But I still sing along, so it doesn't work for when I'm writing or gaming. Back to my live stream playlist here. There we go. Minimize it. Yeah, I've got gas. Actually, I have a friend who bought a new car like in the last 5 years, and the very first time she drove it, like as we were driving away after we left the seller, I stuck on that song because the first line is like, "Do you like my car?" And it kills us every time that song comes on. All right, we're pretty close to the end of this map now. Just 5 more to go for today. I did use a 3-day sprite for the world peace. So we are totally cool to just pick up again tomorrow. There's nothing that I have is going to be, like, expired if we do that. Yeah. Eurobeat, Eurodance, just good energy for when you really just need to be in the vibe. I don't know. Like I said, I'm very tired. Words are not going good today. Let's just say after I finish, I'm not going to be doing any work on my writing project. If I did, I'd have to re-edit the whole thing again tomorrow. Brain is not braining. Okay, so if we throw that out there, it's actually just a like a self buff. It doesn't do any damage improvements, so right, freeze, buff, hit him. I mean, that seems to work. Freeze them, then debuff them, and then you hit them with your 2 elemental skills. So if you were doing holy, you'd stick with these one. That increases their crit damage. All of these skills have, like, good effects. I don't know how to balance them all. That is going to take some time, I think. Well, Resonant Emblem, I guess if you want to search Stop to Give Up, I'm pretty sure that's all you'll find is the song. You can see which one is apparently my favorite. Oh, I got another. This is building up really slowly because I'm getting basically nothing on the field map. Alright, now, pro tip that I have to talk about every single time I get to this section, because if I don't say it out loud, I literally will not remember. But if you nuke the boss in one hit before the NPC Alex guy starts running around the room, he will not trigger afterwards for you to turn in the quest. So I'm not worried about one-shotting the boss here. But if anybody in the future is looking at this VOD trying to figure out why they can't advance this quest, that'll be the reason. So we're going to engage in combat and wait till he spawns in before we start taking on the boss. Obviously, one-shotting is not a concern on this account, though. Because he has to be spawned in for him to play out this cutscene at the end. Okay, so one time at work, I was listening to this music in the background while I'm working, but I didn't put it on shuffle, and there's like, I swear, 6 or 7 tracks in a row that are just like different arrangements of this song. Kind of felt like I was trapped in a bit of a time loop or something. Oop, just getting distracted here on my other screen. Yes, it's the Aranara song. They've got different versions of it that play in like, I don't remember if it was like different parts of Vanarana or whatever. But yeah, they've got like at least 6 variants of that song. Alright, 3 more maps to go. I mean, I guess if you were to do it now, you would be able to get her out of it relatively quickly, but it'd be cool if she ended up being playable. I'd love to see more NPCs with visions, to be honest. Oh. PVZ. What is PVZ? Oh, is this where we have the cutscene inside here where we have to stand around and not do anything for a while? Yeah. Oh, I've literally never heard that, so I'll have to look at that too. I'm gonna add it to my note of things that people told me to do in streams. We have the check out what Chrono Odyssey is. We have to find the name of that song, which I actually didn't put in. And now we have PVZOST. Okay. Now it's done. Well, the NPC I remember the most are the masked girl in Inazuma and the guide in Liyue. Yeah. You know. NPCs that are gone or dead. Fun stuff. They really need to make use of like the transforming weapons way more than they do right now. Like that's super cool. And this is even just a green version of the costume. It's not even the fanciest version of it. And if you want your own transforming weapon, you're just going to come over here into the weapon category and scroll down. They have the green version available, and all of these Thor weapons transform in combat. You just need 10 Sky Tower sigils for them. Now, I think the trick to get them to transform... Yeah, the trick to get them to... Oh boy, they're not wearing any clothes. The trick to get them to transform in the preview is you have to preview another costume item. So like here, Thor's Blades of Thunder. And we're going to come over here to costume and preview this. And it'll show you their transform form. Sword and shield, you can see it's pretty basic. It's just a sword and a shield. And then we're going to come over here back to hat. And we're going to preview which hat? Open version. It's super cool. They really need to make more use of these. Or at least make it so you can even get the gold versions. Or the orange versions. Cannon. Hat. Yeah, they look cool. I like them. And this whole time they've just been having a scene around there without us. And if you're curious about these transforming weapons, there's also stuff like costume. It's mostly the weapons. Like the umbrellas, you can close them. Oh, that didn't work because it's in the shop. But on for like the umbrellas, you can close them. For a lot of the tachis, there's like a sheathed version and an unsheathed version, and you can only usually see the sheathed version outside of combat. So if you want to take pictures, you can just use the U costume toggle to get the other version. That is one sick bow. What are you waiting for? Help us, they say, after I've been sitting here just killing time waiting for them to do something. Alright, 3 more maps. Let's go! Actually, 5 more, because I still have to do Blizzardburg and Vulture's Vale. And then we'll call it for the day. Ventos first. This is the one that has the really long scene in the middle where you have to just chill out and kill one mob every, like, 3 minutes. Oh. And that can go away again. Boop, 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 boop. I lost my chat. There's my chat. There we go. You know, I wish I had some move speed food or something. I don't think I have anything inside my warehouse, though. Not for this level. Honestly, though, like, an ice and... Can we do an ice, Warbow now? And I ran to the wrong NPC. Well... Your first step is to get to awakening, so start by doing main quest. Jokes aside, off the top of my head, I think I'm just too tired to even try to recall exactly what you need for, like, the envoy path and stuff. Sorry. Fire is generally considered to be stronger than ice. So you probably want to stick with fire. Personally, I make mine look like an ice wizard just to catch people off guard. It's technically a fire wizard. But yeah, wizard is just like, it's fast. It's got huge AoE. Off the top of my head, the best advice I can come up with is have fun. I can't remember its masteries. Oh boy. That's not correct, Vanriel, because the nunchuck can play ice. You probably said that before I started saying it. But yeah, the nunchuck is kind of a... It's an odd duck, we'll put it that way. The other cool thing about Wiz is that while you're on your mount, if you one-shot the mobs with your auto attack, like if you've got a couple archives under your belt and you're doing enough damage with your auto attacks to one-shot them, you don't even dismount, so you can just like run around and every right click just deletes the enemies. It's quite entertaining. Oh. I still use Abe no Seimei as my main Eidolon for my wizard because it's both fire and ice. So I just kind of alternate between your big fire and your big ice skill. And then you throw in the other ones just when you need to build up the etches. And then you make sure to use it before the elements expire. Eternia animations. If I'm being honest, I don't know that I've actually used Eternia as an on-field Eidolon. Chains of Ice. I don't have her on this account, so it's not like I could look and find out, but I should start working on getting her, actually. Isn't she in here? I mean, obviously I wouldn't be able to... Yeah, there we go. I wouldn't be able to afford her with LP. Because clearly, if I had the LP to afford her, I would have spent it earlier on those ridiculous wings. The last time I tried to re-roll one of my Eidolon stars, oh, which one was it? It was on my main account when I was trying to get, like, oh, I don't even remember, but I was trying to make, like, a perfect Eidolon. Hello, LK. The reason why I'm jumping is because... So when you're running along, if you don't jump, you kind of pause for a second when it starts the skill animation, especially for something like the ice shot here. Like, it literally just stops me right in my tracks. If I jump, I can use my skills without any kind of roots. And the next benefit is, again, maybe it is a bit old school, as Vanriel says, but if you jump time it right, you'll actually start using auto attacks while the animation for your skills are still going. And in late game, it doesn't add that much extra damage, but especially in like early to mid game, it can be surprisingly effective at just getting a little bit more damage in there. The thing is, you kind of have to just land at the same time. Like, you have to land while the animation is playing. And you can't be moving when it lands. Mostly, it's probably just a old player tick. Doesn't do anything when I'm charging because the charge is too long. Oh yeah, because the animations on Duelist can be really long, right? You could probably get in like 2 or 3 auto attacks during just the animation for some of their skills. You know what, considering how long ago I was excited to try this out, I'm just noticing now that yes, if you're just jump casting in one spot, you do still get the Forest Ambush. Recommended class to start with. Well, the last character that I leveled up on this account, which is an account that doesn't have a whole bunch of like the longtime player benefits, was the Stellar Saphir, and I think that's a really good one for new players. Because using equivalent gear to what I have used on Ravager and on my bow character in the future to compare against, I guess, but using the same gear as on my Ravager, I just found it to be so much more powerful and comfortable to use. That being said, if you wanted to start the game right now, there is the fresh start server that's coming out right now. I'll talk about why I don't think that Duelist is a great one for new players right off the bat, but there is a new fresh start server that's going to be coming out on July 1st, and there's only going to be 6 classes available, but one of them is Stellar Sphere. So if you're planning on starting the game right from scratch, it might be more fun to start there, where everybody else is also starting from zero. As for why Duelist might not be as good for new players, you gotta get right up in the face of the enemies, and sure, you do have the free nocturnal effect inside your Envoy path, but it's got such low AoE that it's really hard to like make your way through dungeons. I think Duelist has the highest single hit damage potential on with the butterfly stacks and the holy skill, which is I'm so tired I can't even recall the name of it. It's no, I can't remember it. I'm so tired. I think that has the potential for doing the most damage in a single skill usage in the entire game, just because of its potential through the butterfly stacks. Yeah, butterfly dance with the butterfly stacks. But I don't think that's very newbie friendly for how much setup it has and how much fussing you gotta do to get to the point where it's actually gonna nuke the enemy. Like the video... It's Stellar Sphere. Stellar Sphere. It's called Stellar Sphere. You think I'm just calling it that because of my puppy? I get nothing but problems about the name Stellar Sphere, especially when people make fun of me for how I say Sphere. I think I need another coffee. Hold on. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Where's the button to add more coffee? Oh, no, that statue is a really forward layer. I should probably move it back in the future. Yeah. Oh, hey, Segoya. Seogias. Alright, gosh, it's hard. I can't even read anymore. I am so tired. Oh, my inventory's a mess. Hold on. Can't even complete the quest. I don't think I cleaned my inventory after the last map either. And Abram, hello! I'm awake. I'm still awake. Right, we should probably clean out the inventory properly and get rid of all this garbage stuff. The new arc, the Aurora arrow? There's not stamina. I suppose the only restriction on being able to run things is you have an entry limit for dungeons that resets on a schedule. So the main dungeons will give you an extra entry every 2 hours, and they've got 3 total entries. So after 2 hours, or if you run it 3 times when you want, you won't be able to enter it again until the 2-hour reset time. So right now it's 5:38 server time. So if I were to run into one of the 2-hour reset dungeons right now, I would get a run back at 6 o'clock. So there's a little bit of restriction in terms of those reset times, but it's not like you have stamina where you have to decide, okay, well, I'm going to run this dungeon, so now I can't get into any other dungeon. No, it's per dungeon. And there's a couple that are just once any time per day. Although I guess you could say like there's restrictions on some things that happen at specific times of day, like Fish Kings. Those aren't really crucial for progression, though. There is. However, crafted gear can't be traded, so you have to make your gear yourself if you want to use it. And then there's actually an entire gathering profession for gathering up basically items that you can use for cooking. No, the dungeons are generally along the lines of 2 hours or 3 hours. Some are 6 hours. Now, I suppose you can sell the mats too. I don't usually sell them. I only gather up stuff when I need it myself. Which will tell you that I have zero clue how much the materials and stuff sell for. I went to the wrong guys. Whoops. That would take a long time to gather if a stack is 999 though, wouldn't it? You can't specifically directly buy gear, but there is some... Okay, Kenshimo, I think it's been pretty obvious that we're playing on different servers, so, yeah. Anyway, the monetization, the way that it works is basically, for the most part, people will purchase the gambling tokens and sell those to other players and then use that gold to pick up the items that they need. You aren't buying directly, like, endgame gear. So, there is that, but there are some, like, ridiculously overpowered gears items for endgame. They are not necessary to be able to play, though. I play free-to-play on this account. Like, this account is 100% free-to-play. And on my main account that I've been playing for 10 years, I stopped buying anything a couple years back. And even before then, I barely spent anything. Hello, Yuri. Unfortunately, no, I'm not one of the lucky ones that got access to Impact early. This is the old game, and I'm testing out the Warbow rework that just dropped today. So, Warbow is actually not even going to be a class that's available on the new server when it first comes out. So you're not going to be able to play this class on Impact right away. July 1st or 2nd, depending on your region. Yeah, Or Kingdom Impact, the release date is July 1st/2nd, so I assume the farther west you are... Wait, if you're farther west, would be the 2nd or the 1st? If everybody globally gets access at the exact same time, the people in eastern regions would be the second, and then the newer, or the western regions would be the first, right? Hmm. I don't even think that costumes is necessarily, like, something that you'd have to spend money on, because, like, there's a bunch in the LP store, which is an in-game currency, and most people that get them off of the Paragon gambling table, I think, are probably using their free-to-play gambling tokens. Fifth Eternia and not a single tier frag. Well, unfortunately, that's probably because I'm live, Vandriel. Sorry, Yuri, I missed that you were asking for the website. Are you looking for this version or for the Impact one? Or the one that's coming out in July? Hey, I've already said I'm not gambling on stream. So, even if I had coins left, which I don't. In that case, Yuri, you can just go on Steam. It's on Steam. Search Aura Kingdom on Steam and it should be the only thing that comes up. Yeah, so this version used to be on Steam a long while back, but they stopped supporting it before the publisher changed, and then when the publisher changed, they didn't put it back on. So now if you look on Steam, it should be the only one you find. No problem. Hope to see you around. If you're going to be around on the day that comes out, I am planning on giving away some full keys for Muramasa, which I have been able to gather by people using the pre-registry link. It's actually in the description of the video. Actually, I should have just said that. I am so tired, I completely forgot about the pre-registry link. So in the description of the video, there is a pre-registry link that you can use to get some goodies for the game when it starts. But also, when 10 people use that link, I will gain one more code for a full Muramasa key that I can give away to somebody. LK, the way that most people play it right now is definitely very solo MMO. But the way that they're changing the game for the new version, it looks like they're trying to make it much more cooperative. Because one of the reasons that people are able to just solo everything is because there's a really good sustain capabilities through our ability to use weapons that give us lifesteal. I can't equip one right now because normally you'd equip it in your sub-weapon, and for complicated reasons I'm not using a sub-weapon. But right here in my inventory I've got this guy here that will give me 3% damage dealt converted into healing. And that is usually enough for people to sustain themselves versus like 90% of the content. And then where that fails, we've got Eidolons that we can use for temporary immunity buffs. And with those two things combined, you can basically face roll even content that wasn't intended to be soloed, and that's kind of where the meta ended up going in this game. So for the new game, they have removed the nocturnal weapons, no more lifesteal weapons, and they have also said that they're removing the ability for like Eidolons with the ability to do the damage immunity. So we'll see. Because they also just announced the 6 classes that are going to be available on release for Aura Kingdom Impact, and like, there's no tank, and there's no healer. So are we just going to be all DPSs again? Whoop. There we go. Alright, cutscene time. Oh. Yippee DPS with the harp is hilarious. You know, something interesting that not necessarily everybody knows about bards in the current version is that there are actually dungeons where bards just get more damage. Like, there's literally just a buff for bards to do more damage, right? At least that's listed on the database, and so I've just kind of assumed that it's not leading us astray. So, with regards to DPS's building tanky and just kind of going in there and taking the hits, I suppose the way I could see it going is dependent on how the Eidolon infusion system works. And I've kind of been ranting about this all day, so if this is like the 6th time you've heard me say it, I'm sorry. But one of the systems that they've introduced into Aura Kingdom Impact is in the Weapon Mastery, which I'll come over here. Weapon Mastery. Oh, look, I've got another point. On top of this, for your skills, you'll be able to slot 2 Eidolons into each skill, which will add new effects based on those Eidolons. So my thought process is, when those, if you can slot different Eidolons into each of those skills, you've got a massive amount of customization that's not available in our current game. So you might be able to build any class as a tank if there's Eidolons that will add effects like high damage reduction and stuff. Not even so much sacrificial, but like just legitimately creating a tank out of whatever class you want. But that would, like I said, that depends on what you can do with the different Eidolons in that infusion system. And I'm gonna point out here, even on this account, I've got 41 Eidolons, and I can only have 3 plus my starter in my active party at any time. So all the other Eidolons are doing nothing. I love the idea of being able to actually make use of that collection to really customize your skills. But every single streamer that they gave access to the game didn't open the window to look at it. So I don't know if they just don't know about it and it wasn't in their briefing for what they were supposed to cover for the promotional contract or whatever, but nobody even looked at it. I just want them to open it and put some Eidolons in and see what happens. So tomorrow, if I can finish my stream in a reasonable amount of time and get into the chat for some of the English streamers that are getting access tomorrow, I really want to see if I can convince some of them, or at least one of them, to go in and check out the skill customization, because that's what I care about the most. I want to know what kind of effects we have. So, like, for example, I believe it was someone that was translating in the Discord that said that the effect that Nasruddin was adding in a screenshot was adding an AoE, like a quite large AoE to the skill. So imagine you've got Duelist, and like I said, I was talking about this earlier. Imagine you got Duelist, which has extremely low AoE, and then you throw on a modifier that then makes it so that it hits a huge range around you, or even just like a giant ring around where the one target is, instead of a teeny little pathetic amount just within the reach of your swords. That could like completely change how the class works without needing to have 21 classes, right? Like, everybody could have extremely different function. It's just whether or not that includes stuff like changing your character's skills into more healing stuff, or if it's only going to be just damage buffs and AoE effects. I just want to know. I just want to know. And none of them did it, so. Alright, if I am stuck inside this stream trying to get my awakening done, I'm leaving it to you guys to go hunt down the streamers and ask them to do the customizations for the skills. Oh, your food is here. But thanks for sticking around, Vanrio. Enjoy your dinner, / lunch, / breakfast. In 2 more maps. Wait, no, 4 more maps, because I still have to do Blizzardburg. Or do I? I probably shouldn't have opened all those. That's gonna hurt my inventory, but it's fine. Don't really need the armor, I just wanted the scrolls. I mean, I'm gonna throw this out there. I am a volunteer moderator on the official server, so I don't do any promotion or support for players on the other servers. You're welcome to sit around and chat, but that's life. Because I'm not promoting the unofficial servers. I do think that even if I'm not paying money, like I'm not in personally actually spending money on the server, I still feel that I should be playing on the server for the people that are making it to show my support for them and hope that they continue to make it, because if they stop making it, obviously it's gone. But when it comes to playing on whether or not you mean the new Aura Kingdom Impact server or the current one, if you're just starting, I betcha your experience is going to be much better if you play on the Aura Kingdom Impact server, because that one is going to have all of the insights of the stuff that they've wanted to change about this game, but couldn't because it's so set in stone. Like, you can't remove Persephone's 10 seconds of immunity, even though we've all known from the start that that was absurdly broken. Because if you remove that, it's not fair to people who literally spent money to get those things in the past and now are having it ripped away from them. So I think that's a rule that kind of goes for a lot of games, is that when you nerf things, you're taking away things that people have spent money on. They can't do it. So for Aura Kingdom Impact, they're allowed to take those things that they regret and fix them. Not to mention that because it's a new server, there's going to be a whole bunch of people starting out on it, like the release hype, you know. So I feel like if you're debating between whether to start right now on this server or wait for Aura Kingdom Impact to come out, you may as well wait for Aura Kingdom Impact. I think it'll be a better new player experience in the short term, at least. So I'm planning on playing both, but I get the feeling that the majority of the people that start playing Aura Kingdom Impact are going to be people that left this game a very long time ago. Okay, they did make the immunity skills less omnipotent, but they didn't remove them entirely. And yeah, taking away 80% of the archive would also be a very poor decision. Actually, I think the Eidolon that fared the worst from the revisions to the immunity system was probably Abe no Seimei, because all of the other Eidolons, basically it just made it so that you can't use them in PvP, and also that you can't have 3 of them on the team, like, sorry, 2 or 3 Persephones and just never take any damage whatsoever. Whereas Abe no Seimei's skill cooldown is much lower than the immunity block. Other Eidolons, the immunity block matches the amount of time of the cooldown of the skill, basically. But like, imagine if they were to just stay right now, by the way, we're taking away all of your nocturnal weapons. I feel like that would not go over very well in this game, even if it might be better for the long term. Or for just the way that the game, like the way that team building works. I still like Abe no Seimei for my Ice Whiz, or Ice and Fire Whiz. I still use them. boy. Sounds like they're moving around some really noisy garbage cans outside, so I'm just gonna close that window. Hope Stella doesn't fart again. I think of it, I still didn't join a guild. I'll open up my fan club tonight and join it so that I'm in it tomorrow. Oh, it would have been so much smarter if I joined it today, because then I would have access to the guild warehouse in the morning tomorrow. Ah, well. Well, he is quite pretty. I'm not sure what you mean by seasonal servers. I don't know that I've ever played a game that has that. You mean like where it resets every season? I think if you mean like a server where every season everything kind of resets, yeah, it changes each time. See, that might work for some game types, but when you've got a game that's already like 10 years into its lifespan, the idea of just wiping everything that you've done so far and starting fresh, I don't think that appeals to this kind of people that would stick with a game for that long. So again, it's that the way that the game developed over time, the culture of the players that play it and what they want to see might not be as conducive to those kind of ideas. Because, like, it's broken, but I have it, and I don't want to lose my broken stuff, right? But would that even really work for an MMO? I mean, I guess it can work for any game as long as the players are down for it. Alrighty. Interrogation via force here. That sounds like a very modern idea that would probably take quite a lot of resources. And I think it would be optimistic to think that our dear small Aura Kingdom would get that kind of developmental resources. Just saying. Cool idea. I'm not sure that Aura Kingdom is the right scale for that kind of idea. Yeah, this quest weirds me out for having gear as a reward. I should have been using proof of mission. Oh my gosh. That forest ambush triggering like that kinda sucks. It does make me feel like I just don't need any crit rate though, so maybe I should stack speed more. Okay, taking a little more damage than I was expecting from these guys. Should be able to lifesteal it off this guy though. Nope, shoot. It's a bit of an eyesore, but it should help quite a bit when dungeons start cutting your stats hard. Wait, what are you referring to with that? It might just be that I'm very tired, but I've completely forgotten what the previous conversation was. Oh wow, maybe I am cooked. Oh, forest ambush flickering. Yeah, that's... Now that you mention it, in late game, it's a pretty significant amount of just, like, really consistent crit rate. Honestly, I wasn't going to actually step away from my desk to make a in real life coffee at this point. Because I do just kind of want to lock in and finish, but maybe locking in isn't even going to be possible with how tired I am. What the... I have no idea what kind of vehicle is out there right now, but it's rumbling like a train and has a horn that sounds like a train horn. You know, it's funny, 6 hours is a lot, and we have been going for a little over 6 hours now, but I used to work 12-hour shifts at my job as a dispatcher, where you had to be, like, extremely focused and dealing with issues from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. straight. So in terms of, like, being capable of doing marathon streams, I feel like I can, but it doesn't help that I only got 4 hours of sleep. Hey, don't say that. That definitely isn't the right impression that I want to give off here. I did stay up till midnight, basically, last night, trying to get that video out yesterday, because I knew that I wasn't going to have time for it today. But, you know, hey. Please don't point that out. That means something different. I need to figure out the rotation here. I don't think I need to hit Ice Arrow that often. Ooh, a necklace. Yeah, my inventory's full, of course. I was talking about that earlier, actually, Plinko. I realized just didn't say hello. I don't necessarily think that Ice Bow will be effective, but it's definitely more valuable than it used to be. throw that on there. So I'm thinking it might be in my best interest to take this Frost Arrow Mastery because I guess the duration's only 1 more second even if I take both of them. But I can't get to this one without being able to use Guard Sub. Zephyr Blessing? I don't think that's very helpful. I definitely don't need crit rate. Like, it seems so silly to put this directly next to these. These are nothing compared to this. And I can't get to the Radiant Darkness Outburst unless I can use the guitar sub to be able to cross over. So I'm kind of stuck here. I don't think I remember to use Zephyr Turmoil enough for it to be worth it. Oh, it's a knockback skill. Interesting. Still probably not going to use it that much. I'm just going to go with the ice one for now. I'm going to have to reset this anyway. I'm pretty sure this is just like universal because I've talked with multiple people that have the issue, but on Nunchuck, the ice skills have a tendency to just kind of go away. Like they get grayed out on your bar when you log in, and you have to reslot them in order to use them again, and I don't know why. So I haven't had an issue with any of the bow skills doing that. But it is weird that it's only the ice skills. I'm just gonna throw those in there. I think I could put the oh no, none of those in there. We'll keep it in here then. Stow these away safely. You might need those later. Inventory clean out time. Oh, can't sell that. Don't really need these. Don't really need these materials. Definitely want to keep that because that's the one that's got all of the stuff in it. Probably should not have sold those, but I don't really have enough inventory space to stow away things indefinitely anymore. Oh, right, and the costume. Almost 4 gold there. Probably don't need those. It's actually been a while since I've been doing since I stopped doing 12-hour shifts actually. The best part of 12-hour shifts was having long weekends every weekend. I got so much done on my days off. After an 8-hour shift, I still feel like I don't have the creative energy to really dive into stuff. Get out of here. Uh, 7 hours. Normally I sleep 7 hours. Right now, I'm working 8-hour shifts, so I'm not doing the ridiculous long shifts anymore, but I usually go to bed at like 9:30 and get up around 4:15, 4:30. That's 7 hours, right? 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's about 7 hours. It's just coincidentally, the last couple of times I've been live streaming, it still has been a bit of a rapscallion. Oh, okay, I closed the window because of all the noise and now it's getting way too hot. Ventilation. Ventilation. There we go. In here, we've got a couple little... Yes, we've got Blizzard Berg medals. I thought there was Vulture's Veil ones too. No. Okay, so with some Blizzard Berg medals, we will be able... Oh no, there we go. We got Blizzard Berg and Vulture's Veil. Alright, that'll give us the ability to basically skip over VV and BB. So, 2 more maps, and then just a couple quests to clear up VV and BB, and then we'll call it for the day. Hey, it's Marl Pound Nakama. I hope they never remove Nakama. If you can't, he's my guy. Wait, what skill is it that reduces everybody's stats by 10? It's on this side, right? It's Zephyr Turmo. Target player's main skills minus 8% damage. Level minus 10. Yeah. Alright, so when I'm messing around with Plinko later, I gotta make sure to try to switch over to the Soul Strike Archer path so that I can use the Zephyr Turmoil to take him down a couple levels. Ugh. Actually, you know what? No, I'm gonna make a coffee. I'm gonna make a nice shot of espresso over ice, a little bit of milk. Just that is gonna get me through the last 2 maps, I think. So along with that, I'll probably run Stella around the block. But you don't need to all caps midday meat. This is how we're gonna make it. I'm fine. I'm gonna be fine. So it's Stella time. One more time. Stella time. I love it so much. You might think I'm drinking an excessive amount. I am not. We are fine. Anyway, I will be back in a bit. I'd like to just take Stella for a little one more loop around the block. It's probably going to be about another hour or so, maybe an hour and 20, 30 minutes after I get back. 5-10 minutes tops. I'll be back. Dokie, I am back, and I see you guys are speculating whether or not I made it so it won't hit the corner directly. I don't know. I didn't plan it in a way that it would never hit the corner directly, but for tomorrow, I suppose I could add in a couple more and set them at different speeds, and it might be more entertaining. I don't know. It's entertaining as a picture bouncing around the screen can be. Alright, with renewed energy. Let's go! Evil math? Honestly, I don't know what kind of math would be required to make it actually impossible for it to hit the corner. I mean, what I could do would be something like... Stop moving for a second. Yeah, not that. No, not that. I can't grab it. No, I can't grab it. Sorry, the stream just had a moment there. I was gonna try and turn it on an angle so that there's no corner to hit the corner, but I can't grab it. Should I leave it on? No. I'd have to stop it from moving to be able to grab the corners. Yeah, no, I can't. Move my table away from the corner of the screen. There we go. Yeah, tomorrow I'll add a couple more for them to bounce around in layers, and then maybe you guys will be able to see one hit a corner. Actually, this script had a setting where it would go rainbow colored when it hits a corner, but I don't know how that works with a with an image that's not monochrome, because the way they show it working is like with an actual DVD logo. Last time I just had a... I actually used instant coffee to make an iced coffee because I was in a bit of a rush, but this time I did the shot of espresso, and it's just a little bit nicer. I don't know if any of them are around, but my my dear trainees that sent me this coffee, they have excellent taste in coffee beans. I'm so sad that I'm about to run out. I mean, I feel like you're gonna make a joke about something that has to do with not coffee beans, but that reminds me that I've got... Yeah, I figured something about that. I've actually got some green beans in the fridge right now, and the second you said having great taste in beans, my brain was just like, you should do garlic butter green beans for dinner. And I think I'm out of garlic. Tragedy. Wait, I would not give green beans to Stella. Stella has nice food. And I say her name a couple times and she looks at me. Oh, what was that recipe my mom had for a sauce for beans? It was like a little bit of soy sauce, a little bit of balsamic vinegar, and then some sesame oil and ginger and garlic. So ginger, garlic, soy sauce, balsamic vinegar, and sesame oil. Heat it up a little bit in a pan just to kind of reduce it the tiniest bit so that it's a little bit more saucy. And then throw that on like snap peas. Oh, that was a good one. I mean, you can fry the peas a little bit too, but yeah, that's a really good one. I don't have any ginger either, though. Is that a Mardi Gras thing? I've never heard of it anywhere other than my mom found the recipe online and shared it with me once. Oh, a little bit of Monica in my life. Sadly, I don't remember the lyrics to Mambo number 5 enough that I could actually just break into song right here, so I apologize for that. Mambo number 5 is one of those earworms where when it's on, you just kind of can't help but sing along and think about it for the rest of the day. You know, you're right that the rule is that if I sing, I lose a sub, but I'm actually up a pretty good amount today because the video that I put out for the Aura Kingdom Impact seems to have hit the right stride. I'm almost at 1,800 subscribers. Carrots, cabbage, onions, mushrooms, and shrimp with oyster sauce and soy sauce. That honestly sounds like just the filling for a gyoza without the gyoza. Oh no, now I want gyoza. Really like gyoza though. Oh man, what I was doing recently was I kind of started making like a half vegetable meatballs with gyoza filling. And then just baking them in the oven as is and just dipping that in the sauce. So no wrapper, no filling, and I just kind of made the meatballs using spoons so I didn't have to actually hand form every single one of them, and those are so good. I could do that for dinner too. Man, it sounds like I'm not even gonna get a nap after this. I'm just gonna go immediately to the kitchen and start preparing dinner. But I don't have any garlic. How can I make any of that without garlic? Oh, I just saw that I've got a couple people that have added me on Discord as a friend. Wonder what that's about. More coffee. Hold on. Every time I yawn now. Oh, I forgot to add in the asset for that cup that I drew myself. Here. Love that thing. It's X Legend reaching out to me. It's time. No, it's not. Alrighty. I think this map only's got the one instance quest that's a little bit annoying. The rest of it's pretty straightforward. I'm probably in like the last hour now. What do you mean a gun? I'm a bow. This might come as a shock. You might want to sit down for this one. I am actually not an American. Oh, yeah, there you go. You don't like being... It's just that it takes a little while, right? Yeah, that's what You're right. I'm just tired and forgot what it was that happens in the event, in the instance quest, and all I remembered was that it was quite long. Oh, okay, it obviously wasn't. But it would actually be kind of funny if like one of the people that had added me as a friend on Discord was like from X Legend and they just messaged me to say stop asking to get into the open or into the closed beta. That would be hilarious. If I say it a couple more times, maybe it'll do something. Oh, here, sit. Yeah, it's actually pretty early for me still. It's just that I didn't get much sleep. Perfect time for a 12-hour nap. You know, I thought I was joking when I said that I was gonna sleep like only 4 hours a night in the Discord when I was talking about my vacation here, but oh man. You know, the other thing is that it will be 90 days. I don't know, probably no one here was watching, but when I got Xenoblade Chronicles X, one of my friends gave me a code for 3 free months of, I guess 90 days, sorry, of the Switch Plus. so that I could play the Xenoblade Chronicles Online stuff, and I've actually not beaten the game yet. I'm about 100 hours, and I've been just kind of doing everything, so I haven't beaten the game. I think I'm at the last, like, main chapter now. Probably, maybe? I hope so. But I feel like I should probably beat that tonight because my Switch Plus is gonna run out. And I guess since I used that code, I wouldn't be able to use like the normal 1 month free trial of it. Actually, how much is 1 month of Switch Premium in Canada if I wanted to just buy a single month of it? Online Canada. I was having a 7-day free trial. They don't even give you a month anymore? Holy frick. $24.99 a year? I thought it was more expensive than that, to be honest. That doesn't seem right. Is that American? No, it says cat. I guess it is only $4.99 Canadian, so that's not too bad. I might consider it because I am having a ton of fun with Xenoblade Chronicles X. I just really hate kind of giving into their ridiculous online charges. Now's probably not the right time to spend extra money on that kind of stuff. I was complaining earlier about Tax Me In, because it's property tax time. You know what? I haven't hit them with a big boy yet. There we go. I'm not even getting any experience for this. Here. Oh. Okay, so funny story about Xenoblade Chronicles X is I unlocked pretty early on this outfit that is just a black suit. And it looks super cool. I love it. I was using it. But then for the females that wear it, there's no shirt underneath. So it's just like literally a super low cut suit top with no clothing underneath. And it's like, come on. And finally, like literally the last time I played it earlier this week, I unlocked the one that has the version that has like a white bow tie shirt underneath it. You'd think that the one that didn't have the shirt would unlock second. There we go. Now get me out of here. No, Xenoblade Chronicles X, I unlocked the super cool suit outfit that I wanted to use, but unfortunately, the version that I unlocked first didn't have a shirt on underneath the suit shirt. As for Ira here, checking in to make sure I'm still subless, I am gonna stick with subless for today, but technically it didn't win the poll. So I guess you didn't use all your alt accounts to vote on it either. But I am gonna put up a poll overnight to see whether or not I should stick with subless for the rest of it. I've been doing okay. I'm just a little bit worried, especially about pen when we get to the final challenge. Now, how long is this anyway? The ice arrow effect really is only 4 seconds? I'm curious as to what you mean by turtle. What is this turtle? Ah, yeah. I haven't checked it out yet. Yeah, the new Abyss server for Genshin. I haven't looked at what the fights are, but I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like the longer you wait into the period for the Abyss, the better the buffs you get between floors. Maybe it's just me. Level 90 dual drive or random S level enchant. The reason you would pick dual drive over the S level 10 would be if you've got enough pen. So if you don't need the 2 extra pen on the card, then go for the dual drive. Man, I have a move speed dual drive enchantment card on this account, and I'm just trying to come up with a reason why I should what I should do with it. Like if I should use it for myself or if I should give it to the shop or give it to the auction house. I mean, for your area, is it 70 in combat or 70 out of combat? What silver? No, I need to sell it for enough that I can buy the cool dude outfit. Like, I want it so bad. Gonna die. I actually don't recall offhand what the Holy Sword mechanic for pen is. Does it have one? And if you're sub-bard, you can get 3 more from Ballad. Oh, there's just 10 pen on the center tile. That'd be the reason why I can't recall it. That's kind of boring. Well, now that I think about it, what is bows right now? Does we still have full charge for pen stacks? Huh. No, there's no pen there. Where's my pen hiding? Is there no more pen? Oh, here it is. When casting Thorn, Piercing, or Radiant Darkness cycle, increases on pen by 5% for 20 seconds. So you kind of have to be actively fighting for a while to be able to actually use all those stacks. That'll be annoying versus bosses. Did I miss something in one of these? I might have. There's so much information in these skills now with the, like, dual effects. Okay, so we basically just got a little bit of faff about it here, and then we're in the dungeon. It's pretty straightforward from here, I think. No fuss, no muss, and then I've got one more map, and then we'll quickly just hop through Blizzardburg and Vulture's Vale, and that'll be it for the day, so 45 more minutes-ish. This is the Fontaine soundtrack, so it's got a really elegant sort of European vibe. I gotta double check some more soundtracks soon. I haven't listened to a lot of breakcore. It's not really my my jive. Definitely more into melodic type stuff that you could tap your toe along to. Oh, okay. I was gonna say if I kill the target with the Radiant Dark Cycle. Oh, that didn't even hit. Again. Looks like it still counts for the pen, even if it kills the target, so that's good. Didn't it say 4? Oh no, 2 stacks. 20 seconds, 2 stacks. It's not too bad, but some bosses do take a while to spawn, as that might be hard to keep up if you don't bring some mobs with you. Why have I not killed these bosses before? These field bosses? Probably... Bet you if I kill that guy, I'll get the achievement for the map. Little detour. Probably not the best use of my time right now, but... Oh, what? I got achievements for the other ones? Isn't there one for killing all 4? Oh well. This is... again, Fontaine... I think this plays in the city. Oop, not that. Should be heading into the dungeon... very shortly. Oh, I did have one song left over that wasn't Genshin. This is from Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. It's also a very short song, I think. When it's noisy, I usually put on something to listen to when I'm trying to fall asleep. And the soundtrack this is from, the Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, if you just remove all of the really heavy combat type music, like the battle themes or the really loud ones, this makes for excellent fall asleep music, because it's so just soft and gentle. Now, can we reach through the walls? Still, probably. So we're gonna trigger the boss, then we're gonna run away. Alright, use the healing. I hope so too. Sincerely. Oh, look at that. He came to find me. And... there we go. Kind of run back here to trigger the boss, and then we can kind of have some fun with some mobs. Ah, that was the wrong order. Ice first, then we're supposed to throw out the other ones. I just kind of... That skill does a lot of hits. I will admit that. It doesn't have anywhere near the range of the old dimensional shot, but it absolutely does a ton of hits there, so... Lower skill damage. That's just the not fully charged one. I mean, obviously I shouldn't have led with that, but... I'm optimistic about that skill's ability not to replace Dimensional Shot, but at least be an effective, like, damage dealing skill, right? Well, they have the dummies over in one of the Chib maps. I was supposed to talk to him inside the instance. Ugh. I was even thinking about it. I was thinking, okay, gotta talk to the guy inside the instance after you beat the boss. So don't run out. And then I got distracted. I think I'm definitely gonna have to change the way that I think about playing, because I'm so used to this having like our bow having some AoE, and now there's just none. If I had a soundboard, I would put that on there, Rain. There's so many things that I would love to have for streaming. I think I need to run back a bit more to trigger Tobin. There we go. But I think between a nice little, even just something like a stream deck or something, between a stream deck and getting a new microphone, if I'm budgeting for the next item that I would like to purchase to try and improve the quality, I think a microphone is definitely a much better choice than a stream deck, because I could just plug in another keyboard and set it up with a bunch of different buttons on it. It wouldn't have like the fancy screen so I could tell what I was doing, but I feel like that would still be doable, whereas a new microphone is something that I can't just do something about with software. I know it sounds fine, but I want it to be better. So like, when I first started streaming, I spent probably more than I should have on a Blue Yeti microphone, and I know that's not really a great choice. Like, it's not what people would recommend to new beginners, but at the time I had taken advice from a place that suggested it, and it was probably more money than I should have spent, especially for starting out. But then, right when I was going to do an event, actually, it was an event with Area where I was going to be live streaming on their channel. It suddenly just died. It just straight up stopped working and didn't want to do anything. And I was so beat up over it that I spent a pretty decent amount of money hoping to get like a future-proof microphone. And it ended up just dying on me. So I ran out to the Best Buy and basically bought this $40 mic. It was on sale at the time, but it's just this $40 mic with a cheap foam cap on it. and I can really tell that it doesn't, like, it's missing a lot of things that I would really like to have, like a gain knob directly on the microphone. That's one more map down. And part of the reason why it doesn't sound too bad is because I've actually gone and I've purchased a, what do you call it? An audio filter, like a, yeah, it's an audio filter that works to try and assist with the making sure that even while you're live, the audio quality doesn't, like, sound miserable. Without that, it would be quite bad. But it's a bad season to be spending a lot of money on things like that. What are these summoning stones? Yeah, we'll have to clean out our inventory before the next one. Yeah, Star Sand has a couple instances I'm not a fan of. Not a big fan of the one where you have to follow around the kiddo in the plateau to gather up the plants or whatever he's looking for. Dragon Bellgrass. And I'm not a fan of the one with Rena at the end where you have to sit and listen to her talk instead of killing things. We can get rid of that because those can't be sold. Open those up. But not that one. You know what? We're just gonna equip these two. Why not? I just need a store. There we are. I was gonna say, I didn't realize that Hero's Emblems sold for 5 Eidolon coins, but I suppose that makes sense considering they're basically keys for the starter Eidolons. Probably get to those. Don't really need these. I'll save those. You could probably pop another proof of mission. I don't think it's gonna take us an hour, but I've got enough of them. Alright. This is the last full map we're gonna have to do. So it's probably gonna be about 3 hours longer today on this account compared to what I did on my Grenadier the last time I did this. Alright, I'm gonna switch over just so I can get some more points. Okay, I'm pretty confident it's going to be less than an hour, but we're going to set this Navia Noble Cuisine as our timer. no matter what point I'm at, if the Navia Noble Cuisine runs out, we're done. Accidentally clicked something in the chat, vanished. Where'd it go? There we are. Back in the old days, some of these quests you could take multiple on at the same time, but they got rid of all that so that it's literally always only one at a time for the main quest. And I suppose that makes sense if there were players complaining that they couldn't, like, follow the fact that there was two at once. But it does involve a lot more backtracking than before. And I mean, in the old days, you could actually pick which of the level 50 maps you wanted to do first, right? I suppose we'll be going back to that with Impact, since they said that the maps aren't going to be locked to your main quest. You'll just be able to go to whichever one you want. Ice. Well, here I'm trying to go ice and then... I suppose it works. I suppose the play with this side is to go Ice, Thorn, Pierce, and Zephyr. I shouldn't even talk about rotations right now. I am so tired. Now, if you're following along, I probably wouldn't suggest doing all HP for your defensive points, but I've got armor at level 90 that I think is going to be enough to get me my defense capped, and I just don't want to respec it later. Honestly though, when I hit level 70, I might switch over to the sniper armor that's inside the box because I am tired of my my speed being so low. Biggest issue with this aura set is that it's got no speed on it. About armor, most level S15. Which top should I swap my Eternias to? Personally... Yeah, I was gonna say, personally, I don't think the S15 gold top set is worth investing into. So, if you don't want to craft the S10 orange ones, you're probably best off just holding Eternia right up to... Oh, you're right, my Elagos isn't out. Wait, does that give it to my allies even if I'm not targeting them? I'm gonna have to check that. I actually used Eternia bottom set till S20 myself on my main account, and like I said, I feel like I don't recommend it because I did struggle quite a bit, but I was also trying to solo content at that time, even in particularly substandard gear, while I was still putting quite a bit of effort into trying to get my archive up. Man, those were the days. Does that skill even use the bow? I'm gonna have to watch that in slow motion later. Well, it is 50% off crafting right now, but that doesn't apply to the S30. I'm like 99% sure it's S20 and below. Unless they decided to include S30 this time. But the weapons, yeah, the recipes are just going to be expensive regardless. Hello, Guaza. Unfortunately, I don't talk about the private servers because I'm actually a moderator for the official server, and I don't want to promote the servers that aren't run by the developer. Oh, it's Acacia's. Shoot. Can't even read anymore. Yep. That was easy. That was pretty quick. Well, hello, Daniel. What improvements are on Impact? Well, I've got a whole playlist of videos about the changes they're making. So how about I just give you a select few that I'm excited about? First off, they've added a system whereby you can modify your skills by slotting Eidolons into them. So as part of the weapon mastery, you'll be able to change the effects of some of your skills, and it sounds like this is stuff like the AoE of them or increasing their damage, but I'm waiting to see the entire extent of it. That's pretty exciting in my opinion, so you'll be able to customize your skills a lot more than before. These starter Eidolons that are locked into your party in our current one, you're actually just going to get all of them, and they're not going to be locked into your party the way that they are right now, which I think is pretty exciting. At least it solves the problem of everybody asking what starter Eidolon should I pick and then being stuck with that one if they make a bad choice. Big fan of that. When I was watching some of the players that have the pre-release access, they've changed they've changed the dungeon teleport system. And based on what it looked like, when you teleport into a dungeon using the new teleport system, it actually, you don't get stuck outside and then have to run in and make sure everybody goes to the right version of the instance. You actually just teleport straight inside and you're ready to rock and roll right away, which is quite nice. But like I said, I've actually got like, I guess it's 5 videos now about the changes that are coming. So feel free to check those out if you would like someone who's a little bit more coherent than the current very tired me to explain. This isn't the Impact version that I'm playing right now, because that's not out yet. They've made promises that they're still going to have a ton of the resources you need to strengthen yourself available in the LP store, so I'm optimistic. But that being said, they do have to make money somehow, so if all of that stuff is available for free, I am curious to see what they're going to be selling. You know, I didn't want to talk about it because I wasn't sure if it was actually going to be an item that would be easily accessible. But when I was watching the pre-release live stream, it was the Eidolon ASMR person. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, sorry, my application crashed there for a second. Ah, I'm back. I was watching the live stream for the year-long ASMR person, and right before they entered the instance with Brian in the first map, it does a tutorial for the new fortification system. And I don't know whether it, like, it looks like it forced her to use it, but it basically forwarded her weapon straight from 0 to plus 30 in one go. And I don't know if that's, like, gonna be a thing that's accessible like in the cash shop as compared to the regular fortification scrolls that we use right now, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. It might be a test server thing, so that's why I kind of didn't want to. Yeah, it was I think she entered the Brian instance too early, did the fight, then came back out to do the quest and then went back in. But I'm like 99% sure I remember seeing her weapon fortify to plus 30 in one go. It might have just been a test server thing, it might have been like a fake, like the same way that we have like the fake cooking tutorial, it might have been like that. I'll admit, when I was watching the live streams, I was watching them on 2x speed because I mean they were quite. Well, I was gonna say they were quite long, but considering how long I'm going here, maybe I shouldn't say that. Well, the monster kill numbers that they were getting the players to do in the beta were very low. Like, I think some of them were even lower than our current server's kill counts, which again have already been lowered a couple times over the years. How come I'm not getting any of this unstable secretion? So I wonder whether or not that's also just so that they can kind of breeze through the stuff real quickly, so that they can actually show some more things to people for the pre-release. The other thing was that those streamers were given level 50 characters. If McDonald's isn't allowed, or if coffee's not allowed, get me an apple pie, thanks. I don't know why, but there's something I've been kind of craving a McDonald's apple pie for a while. I know they're not even that good, but I haven't been to McDonald's in like a decade, so. Anyway, the pre-release server stuff. Right, so they had level 50 characters, and I'm pretty sure they were told to show off the new dungeon teleport system. So I watched them teleport into the dimensional hall directly. So the Dimensional Hall, whether or not you need a party to do it, or sorry, you definitely don't need a party to do it. I don't know if you can do it in a party because obviously pre-release, there's nobody else on the servers. But the mobs themselves just dropped a ridiculously high amount of experience. So if they were trying to keep, just based on the amount of experience they got for killing each mob inside the Dimensional Hall, it doesn't feel like 60 is going to be as much of a grind as it was back in the old day. You know, back in my day, you had to grind a little bit to even get into the Kaktakara dungeon, because by the time you finished the quests, you wouldn't have been a high enough level to enter the dungeon. You kids these days and you're quick leveling up. Resin 50. The highest monster kill count in the past in Aura Kingdom was 50. But in the people that were doing the beta, the only quests I saw them actually do were the very, very first map. They did a couple quests there. Sorry, but when I say that there was a quest in the past that did 50, it's actually that quest that was... I've already done it here. They've reduced the number significantly. But in the area of Ventos, right before... actually, right after you do the whip thing with the guy in the cage, there's like the next segment over has a ton of the little guys. The quest for those little guys used to be 50, but they were always quite a bit weaker, so they were basically always a one-tap. Grind from 55 to 70 was bad. You know, the grind for the end game has always been a grind, right? In the current version of Aura Kingdom. Once you're past where the main quest drops you, it's always been that it was a grind, and so that's the people that enjoy that are the people that stick around, right? Like right now, when you're trying to get from 35 to 40, I mean, personally, I do about 5% a day. Keep it light. But I also play too many characters, so... Oh yeah, that was definitely during the area games era. Especially if 70 was like end game for you back then. Right, that's one of the instances I'm not a fan of done. You know, I started playing when the game first came out on Wizard on one server, and then ended up restarting on another server when the Warbow class came out. So I do remember even just getting to 60 and unlocking the first Otherworld dungeons when that came out was a really, really big grind. And then when they did the first, like, what do you call it? Curve adjustment, when they did the first curve adjustment and people were able to get to level 60 really quickly, they struggled. A lot of the newer players struggled a lot in those dungeons because, kind of like now, you rocket through the levels so fast you don't even really need to know how to play your class to be able to fight in the dungeons. Oh yeah, Resonant, you're thinking of the level 95 map daily quest? At least they reduced the count on that one too, so it's not as bad anymore. As for are the classes balanced? They are not. So with the re-release of like what they've been doing is they've been making the classes with some of the classes with new skills, and the last couple times they did that, I really liked the changes they made, but this is one of the classes that has just been reworked. This is Warbow that they just changed all of their skills, and I am not 100% on how I feel about it. As for what's meta right now, I'm gonna say Stellar Sphere is. I feel like it is. Just based on the way that it played in particularly substandard gear and the fact that I was able to even solo party content on this account for Stellar, it's Stellar. I don't know what else to say. The Starcaller is still really high up there in the meta because all of its damage is loaded into 3 skills that are just straight lightning, making it very easy to stack up lightning damage. Oh, you're not the only person that thinks Holy Sword needs a bit of attention. And I wonder where Lance was, because a lot of people were still kind of standing behind Lance being really high meta powerful class, but it's slightly more than a decade old. I don't remember what year Holy Sword came out in. Not quite 15 years. Not quite. I think 13 for the original Taiwan server? Man, 2013 is a long time ago. Right, this is the quest that the autopath misleads, yeah. Well, Lancer did just get reworked as well, so I'm definitely going to be a little bit burnt out after I finish awakening this scrub bow here, but I am planning on running on this scrub account with Lancer next weekend. Us old geezers play Aura Kingdom now. We gotta make it hip for the cool kids. What can we do to make it hip for the cool kids? Gen Z slang. Sorry, I got distracted by the Aura Kingdom Impact Discord server chat for a second there. You know, there's like the slight temptation to lean into that but do it wrong. And like add a big chips challenge in the corner of the screen or something, because that would be kind of like the anti-Subway Surfer. I was tempted to do that. And Lousy, I'm not sure what you mean by that, because I've got 3 screens here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 programs open right now. Oh, I didn't even know any Gen Alpha slang. No cap? I know that she was responding to your joke there, but the fact of the matter is that I have always thought it might be funny to try to do the brain rot thing with the extra other game being played, but then make it something like ridiculously out of place, like I said, Chip's challenge. And Chip's challenge, for reference, is the computer game that we played alongside like Ski Free before we had the internet. That's what I used the computer for before the internet. Oh, you know what else we had? Actually, I think it was after we got the internet. We also got the Encarta Encyclopedia game. So it was an encyclopedia on a disc, but it also had like a game where you would try to progress through this labyrinth, but you would choose the direction you go based off of these historical questions that then you could look up in the encyclopedia. I think I mostly just went around in circles because I was too young to really understand what was going on in the encyclopedia stuff. I wonder if I still have the disc for that. Oh, the Space Cadet Pinball. Yeah, we had that one too. That was pre-installed. I don't know that I've ever heard of Lemonade Stand. I mean, I get the gist of it from the name, but it doesn't ring a bell. Was it like an entrepreneurship type game where you like build up a lemonade stand and sell lemonade? I gotta say, see, I share your concerns, but I also haven't seen much of it myself because it's like so separate from where I hang out on the interwebs. Interwebs is still a cool word that kids use these days, right? That's totally modern slang. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of horror stuff. Whatever's left of it after all these days with so little sleep. Ooh. How much time is left on my impromptu timer? $22 minutes. Alright. This should be the last instance quest of the day. I think they make you faff about the dungeon entrance a little bit longer. Then you can go inside, and then we're just going to quickly try to complete off Blizzardburg and Vulture's Vale. And then we'll call it there for the day. Well, I might be able to do it if they let me move. Alrighty. Again, I really shouldn't be putting things in crit, because I just don't need that with this forest ambush. What's Soma? Is Soma a horror game? I'm not gonna Google that. I mean, I would assume that they would. You know, it's funny that you use coward as if you're trying to get me to try and prove I'm not a coward, but the sad reality is that I simply am. I simply am a coward. But yeah, we kind of looked into heart rate tracker just for streaming as well, just to see whether or not we could do some fun stuff with that. But again, when it comes to spending a whole lot of money on something that is still effectively just a hobby, it's hard to justify a ton of expenditure like that when yeah, I've been avoiding saying it, but I'm thinking about leaving my current job, and I have an offer from another place, but there's complicated reasons why that makes it's a very challenging decision to make. And I have to decide by Monday. So like any discussion of anything about spending money right now, it's quite nerve-wracking for me. I hope so too. So I like my current job, but there's aspects about it that make me very concerned about the future. So during the last round of layoffs, I started looking for another job. And yesterday they gave me one of those positions, or one of those locations gave me an offer. And it's not LTT. No, if it was LTT, I would be here right now just like absolutely energized to the max. This is not LTT. It's not even really that much of a different industry. It's slightly different from what I'm doing, but still in like logistics and transportation. The pay is higher, but there's other considerations involved. So I know I've got these days off. I messaged my manager and I'm like, look, you can't talk about it on probation. I would still be full of energy, right? I'd be so zapped full of energy and you guys would just be like, how many coffees did she actually drink, right? No, there's reasons why I would be concerned to go ahead with this other position, but it is very hard when the salary is legitimately like $15,000 more for starting. So, I mean, I assume that if I had gotten a job offer from LTT, they would be aware of my channel. I feel like they'd have, especially if you have to sign an NDA or something. But yeah, there's reasons why it would be a tough move, and there's reasons why I really, really, really should go for it. But I gave my manager a heads up, like, hey, look, this is the situation. Let's talk on Monday whether or not there's any like way you guys could maybe match it, and we'll see. I was hoping to not be this stressed out this week thinking about it. I was hoping it would be a nice vacation, but I can't have nice things. But yeah, anyway, that's the reason why right now it's like, I don't know, will they just fire me right off the bat because I'm considering a job somewhere else? And they don't want to pay me out for 2 weeks of 2 weeks notice or something? I don't know. Please just let me attack. I have 16 minutes left. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. I had my mother assist me with looking up the legislation about it. It appears that that is not really how it works here. So, we'll see. It's very weird to be thinking about a new job though, because I've actually been working at this place. It will be 10 years as of August. So it's very odd to think about working somewhere else. And starting from the bottom, but still being paid more starting at the very bottom than a place that I've been working for 10 years, and that's kind of the problem, right? And I'm not going to call this career advice, but nowadays there's very little benefit to sticking around a company for a long time. So don't feel like you have any kind of, like, if in your career, in your job, don't feel like just because you've worked somewhere for a long time that they have your back necessarily. There's some companies I'm sure that are like that, but for a lot of places it feels like they know that you're comfortable and don't want to move on, and so they can use that as like counter leverage to not offer you what you actually deserve. And the easiest way to increase your wage is to move through different companies. So that's my advice for you as someone who's made the mistake of staying in one place because it was comfortable. And that's the problem, is that it is very comfortable, and I know the ins and outs of how the company works from all sorts of different angles. Oh, Resident, I'm so sorry to hear that, because I'm in the exact same position, and it hurts so much to know. Right? 100%. So if you guys are ever in a position where you feel like you're caught between loyalty to a company and what's best for you, go for what's best for you. The loyalty to a company isn't going to do anything for you in the long run. Watch them pull this up in my meeting on Monday with the manager. Okay, I won't say anything more about it, but yeah. Such is life. Alright. Oh, just a little bit lousy. You know, that's supposed to be the reason why it's illegal to stop. At least here, it's illegal to say that employees aren't allowed to talk about how much they're making, because it's supposed to be something that's out in the open. But a lot of people do find it very uncomfortable to talk about how much they make. And I have stories. So if I do end up leaving the company, I will absolutely tell an interesting story in a live stream in the future. But just because I'd still really like to stay at my company if they're willing to work with me a bit. I'm going to decline. Oh, I think my phone is overheating or something. Is it still working? Yeah, my phone is overheating. Let's unplug it. We're gonna make it through the rest of the thing. Oh, of course it's management that doesn't want employees to know, because then they have leverage to do something about it. That's what unions exist for. Right? Alright, so we have hit the target for the quest maps. Now we just have to... Not all unions are made equally, and especially when we're talking nowadays, like in the video game sphere about unions. SAG-AFTRA is obviously problematic, but the place that I am currently... The place that I received a job offer from is actually a union place. So that's why the starting pay is like so much better than what I'm currently making, even when you factor in the union dues. And they have a pension. Who has a pension in 2025? Like, what the heck? My inventory's full, I can't take them. Not to sound like an old person, but man, I want a pension if I can get one. Exactly. Alright, it's go time. We gotta finish all these faff about quests, get into Blizzardburg and Vulture's Vale, and then we are done for the day. Whew. And as for whether or not you want a job at all, it's not always a choice of whether or not you can work or not work. Pensions the stuff of legends, I know, right? But like I said, there are some downsides to this new company that they're downsides. Now, does SAG-AFTRA even run in Canada? Like... Oh yeah, of course not. I mean, not that I think that I could be a voice actor. Or that being a voice actor is all sun and rainbows or whatever, but... Gosh, wouldn't it be so fun to just be able to be involved in the video game development process somehow? I was actually talking with a friend recently about voice acting, and one of my friends in high school actually had gone and gotten a portfolio done up so that she could try to apply for places to be a voice actor. And at the time, I was like super jealous. I thought that was like the coolest thing in the world, and I wanted to do it too, but I never ended up even talking to my parents at the time about it. And I kind of regret not even trying now. Dream job though, huh? I had that conversation with some people in Aura Kingdom actually about, no, I guess 9 years ago or so now. Hey, I was trying to make the S the softer S, not the ZS. Okay, lousy. But yeah, we had to talk about what our dream job would be, and I said my dream job would be, Oh gosh, this is gonna sound really bad, but just playing video games for a living. $100 an hour to play video games for a living, and it's like, it kind of sounds like being a streamer. Obviously, I'm not making $100 an hour. If I was, I would have this week's paycheck done in 8 hours. That would cover my mortgage. My mortgage is not $800. Oh, I don't put ads on when I'm live, so there's actually going to be 0 earnings today. That being said, this is not my full-time job, so it's just a fun job. Get that off of there. And Scar's not even here. I actually saw he left a comment on my last video that was an angry face next to a book. So I assume that Scar is upset that there is no source in the new game. Ah, 24 solo dungeons for forts. Okay, so I get where you're coming from. Running a bunch of dungeons for forts? That happened before then. I was just gonna say though, with regards to running dungeons for fortifications, in Impact, even for solo mode dungeons, you'll be able to just be like teleport directly inside with the new teleport system. It's good. Oh, he is absolutely still mad at me for that. As for what Lousy's going on about here, a visual novel flirting with Gainy, that's, if that's your jive, he's not my guy. Gainy is not my guy. So, I'll pass. Anyway, since we are level 68, and right here, we're gonna go ahead and complete a dimensional hall and call this our last act for the day. Wait, they were talking about the fact that I gave Scar the wrong food in guild chat? If you want to know the story behind the, yeah, of course I'm going to use a quest experience book. If you want to know the story behind me giving Scar the wrong item, when I used to run... Oh, Gainy flirting. When I used to run the events with the area team, one of the events was a cooking game where I would give, and I would list out the stats for a particular piece of food, and you would have to cook it and turn it in to be oh, okay, this is going to be a little bit tougher. You'd have to cook it and turn it in to be able to win your choice between 2 of the, they're like 10-day food buff items. Oh, I kind of wish I was on the other path right now. As soon as I finish this fight, I'm switching path. Hell's Kitchen This, that was the name of the event. Yeah, there was 2 food buff items. One of them buffs 3 elements, the other buffs the other 3 elements. I forgot that Scar was a dark source, so I didn't quite properly confirm his item, and I sent him the wrong one, and I can never be forgiven for that. Alright, I'm just gonna use that. throw that out there. I'm kind of not using anything charged, but maybe I'll need to for these guys. You know, when Scar says chocolate cheese, I do just imagine a piece of cheddar with a milk chocolate bar on top of it. But, like, there's mascarpone cheese in tiramisu, and I love tiramisu, which has cocoa as well, so, like, he's not fully crazy. There we go, that was a nice boost to the experience. But I think that's gonna be it for today. I should probably give Stella dinner, take a nap, make my own dinner, do some stuff. Oh no, bad timing, lousy. Yeah, we're done. Thanks for the apple pie. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah, I'll take a nice little nap and then I'll debate whether or not I want to play Xenoblade Chronicles X until midnight or something because my expiring Twitch, or sorry, not Twitch, Switch. Oh gosh. I get the feeling that my exhaustion has decided that I'm not playing any Xenoblade Chronicles today, but we're gonna leave it at that. I've got my list of things that people have said today that I need to look into, and that is... Well, I'm bad enough at ending streams when I'm not tired. I'm just dead tired now, so I'll leave it at that. Catch you guys tomorrow. Same place, same time. We're gonna finish this. Where is OBS? Bye!